Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io.
not have to take anyone out of the living room. This is a familiar game to watch, and I just said that because it's a common saying here in Brazil to tell people something very special is about to happen. What is so special? Final day for the super high roller, 100K reais, and of course, being able to see all with the best company possible. That is, I'm sorry, I'm not so humble today. It's us, I'm Isadora, and I'm here with Jeff. But before we introduce everything, I want to tell you that yesterday was a big day with the formation of the final table and the Money Bubble drama. So today we have a prime time, and we'll be able to see a final table here in Brazil with only 2 Brazilian players on it. What makes it even more special is the fact that we can get in touch with a worldwide community poker throughout this channel. Please grab your Duolingo just in case you want to learn some Portuguese. Let the translator open to practice a couple of words so you know when you get here next year, and let us take care of the rest. This is Brazilian Series of Poker directly from WTC Sheraton in São Paulo. That's Brazil, Zil, amigos. Welcome to one more day of BSOP Millions. It's a pleasure having you here once again. I'm Isadora, and I'm here with Jeff, and I have so many questions for you because you stayed for a long time here yesterday.
Yep.
So we have the final table of the 100K super high roller now. How was it for you yesterday?
It was fun. It was an unbelievable bubble. You know, I actually left at the very end, but I know it went on for hours. And to get from 9 to 8, that's typically what happens in a bubble. No one wants to get one away. It hurts. You get 0 versus 210,000 reais. Everyone's trying their best. There was a lot of all-ins down the stretch that people doubled, and it's stressful. When you're at the table, you unfortunately are rooting against everyone else. You want to see people get knocked out. You want to make the money. It takes the pressure off. Now the players that remain, they're going for I believe 1,575,000 reais. A lot of money, but every jump is significant, and they are all in the money. So we will see a winner today, and the final 8 very talented players. Going to be a fun final table.
Absolutely. I'm super excited for this final table because yesterday we could see that we had much more foreign players in this final table than we had in the last tournament that we also watched here, the 50K super high roller. So I'm super excited for it. And of course, I want to also thank you guys for being with us in this beginning of our English live stream. That's a channel that I'm super excited to be part of, and of course to have you being part of it. We are just starting the English channel, so I can't wait to see all of you guys in a few years and hear and listen to you guys that are just you saying that, oh, I've been here since the beginning. I was there in BSOP Millions. Yes, you were, and you'll be with us forever, hopefully. And of course, I want to remind you that we have a long schedule ahead of us that we're going to talk about it soon. But first, I want to ask you about the last time that you came to Brazil. I mean, here specifically.
Yeah.
The last time that you played a tournament here, it's been 8 years?
Yes, yeah.
So what do you feel that is the biggest difference so far?
Aesthetically, much nicer. Walked in, the lighting and the ceiling and the tables and the private room and the food, it's very, very well done. I've been to playing poker for 20 years, so I've seen a lot of different venues, a lot of different series, a lot of different brands, and I do feel that what the CEO, Rafa Marias, or Rafa, if you will, for our Brazilians, even though this is an English channel, they don't pronounce the R in Brazil, I know that. It was well said. This is a rebranded BSOP Millions. It's almost 20 years of this BSOP, and I saw about 8 years ago, so it's a huge difference from when I saw it, and I think it's obvious it's doing very well. Having a $500,000 real buy-in tournament, 100,000, 250s, that is a lot of money, and there's a lot of people playing. And as you mentioned, international, it's nice to see. We haven't really got America there yet, not a lot of Americans here, but there is a lot of players from other countries coming. So it's very cool to see that the brand is becoming not just the BSOP for Brazilians, it's becoming international. And I will say, as this is a new YouTube channel, it's pretty cool because I know you do content, social media. I remember starting my Twitch, starting my YouTube, and it is kind of the first step's the hardest part. So you start out and you have 0 subscribers or 0 people watching. It's kind of funny to be talking and doing it, but it's just how it is. It's great. It's part of it, and I know that's what excited me about this project when I spoke with Fabio, spoke with Rafa Marias this summer at the World Series. They're like, hey, do you think this would work, or how does it go? And maybe get Brian or some other people, and it's awesome. It's fun to be part of something. I've been in poker 20 years, but to be a part of a kind of birth of a although you guys, again, the Portuguese here, they're right here thousands of viewers live. There's hundreds of thousands of subscribers, but to start a kind of baby within the brand, that is it's fun, and I just think that's, for me, that's what I tell people all the time. I get asked, what is the hardest part of content, social media? I think it's the first step to just do it, dive in, not worry about what's happening, and that's cool. So it's fun to be here. It's fun to be a part of that, and again, this will be in English. We'll have the content forever, and I think it's really cool that is being done. And again, some people will be here from the very beginning, and we'll have fun, and it'll continue to grow.
Absolutely. I'm super excited also because I've always watched the Brazilian live stream and they're so great. And something that we've been talking about in the last months, I would say, is that, it would be so good if we could bring that same energy to other countries, to other people that don't speak Portuguese, and I'm glad that you're here with us. So also, since you mentioned that was a great hook, because let's now take a look at our social media so you can follow us everywhere. And I know that you're not going to regret it because we have a lot of content ahead of us for this week, and also you won't miss anything that we have on next year. So our Instagram is BSOP Official, our X, formerly Twitter, BSOP Official as well, and our YouTube, you see there, it's BSOP English. So if you're an English speaker, don't forget to subscribe on our BSOP English channel. We're just starting this channel, and it's a great journey ahead of us. I'm super glad because these slow steps are one of the nicest, although it's hard, it's one of the nicest part because we are noticing every single one of you, and I definitely want to talk to you guys in the chat. I saw that some people are already getting like some fan badges on the chat, and I'm super glad of that. Also, don't forget to visit bsop.com.br if you want to check all of our schedule, and we already have our calendar for 2026 released. Don't forget to check it in there, and also if you want to go through some news on BSOP, we have our news outlet in there that is BSOP 360. I'm pretty sure that you're going to enjoy it. So I'm glad of that. And also, since that we were talking about the content creation thing, you have your podcast about like poker that you invite. Like you already had Brian there, you had Maria. How was the process of developing this project in a way that like to be consistent and also manage it with your poker life as well out of the podcast?
Yeah, so the podcast I've done about 5 years now, and I don't have it on a consistent amount of time. Sometimes I do 4 or 5 in a week, and sometimes I don't do it for months at a time. But again, I recommend just in poker and content and anything, you just kind of have to do it. You have to dive in and just not, you're not going to have the best microphone, you're not going to have the best lighting, you're not going to have the best, you might not be able to do it live right away, right? So just starting and doing it. But my podcast is consisting of not just poker. I do outside of poker, so it's kind of maybe half, I'd say, I've done in poker. And a lot of the guys here that'll be playing have been on. Akari, Rafa Marias has been on, Yuri Martins, I've had João Simão, a lot of Brazilians have been on. So
You're
it's
at home at this point,
yeah,
right?
exactly. I hope to get some done while I'm here. It'd be great to do some interviews and get to meet some new people and also catch up with some old. I've had multiple people on multiple times, but I really look forward to always getting to know people. I think that's one of the best things about a podcast is you get to kind of people you kind of know, you get to talk with and get to really know them better. So and a lot of times in poker you don't really get to talk to someone that you meet, and they do an interview or they give like talk about a hand or they talk about something. So it's cool to be able to see sort of what drives them and what is important to them. And I've enjoyed doing the podcast.
Yeah, it sounds good. And also, when you're in a poker tournament, I feel like maybe sometimes you have a chill moment when you're not necessarily playing, and you meet up with those people, and you can have like a hangout moment with them. That's something that I talked about with a few of the players that were in the 50 Super High Roller.
Yeah.
And that was something that they mentioned a lot, like, we come here and then we get a chance of seeing our friends, and then we hang out for a bit. We have the Super High Roller special like VIP spot in there that is super cool. I can bring you a tour anytime. So also something that we have to tell you, I just mentioned the 50K Super High Roller that we finished a few days ago, and today we have the final day of the 100K High Roller. So let's check our next events during the 2 weeks that we have ahead of us. We have so much going on, and I'm super glad to have you here. So tonight or today, it doesn't matter where you're watching us from, let us know in the chat. But today we have the final table of the 100K starting in 30 minutes. We're going to talk a little more about that. tomorrow we have also the final day of the 150K, sorry, super high roller that we have. And you can see that our super high rollers are growing and growing and getting more and more expensive. And I'm super excited because the 250K starts on the 19th, followed by its final day on the 20th. And 21st will be a tough day here because I'm pretty sure no one will want to leave this table. No one will want to burst the bubble in the 500K first day of tournament, the super high roller we're going to have here on the 21st. And we follow the second day of it on the 22nd. And it's not only that, don't worry, that's just the beginning, a little bit of our next tournaments here at BSOP Millions. We have a full schedule, so we have a lot of stuff on next week as well. On the 23rd, we have the final table of the 500K, and bear with us on that because I'm pretty sure that it's going to be even the more aggressive players, as you know that we have a lot of those in Brazil. I'm pretty sure they're going to be a little, they may be more like tight. Did you feel, Jeff, that compared to the 50K and now with the 100K, did you feel that like the highest the tournament goes, like people get like a little more tight? How do you feel like the Brazilian players and also other players on these big tournaments?
Yeah, I think it's natural to be a little bit more, the money matters a little more at that point, but honestly the best players, they don't really think like that. They just think they're making the best play in the moment. So I think that, I think naturally, like I'd be lying to myself if I say when I play a tournament I'm not a little bit more alert of it, where I'm like, well, this would be nice to not bubble when it's a 10K or a 20K or a 30K or a 100,000 US buy-in. Yeah, of course, like 200,000 is much different than 20K, but you do want to still make the best plays, and the best players are able to separate the money, what it's worth, and they go with what they believe is the best play. So maybe a little, but that's just natural.
Yeah, I feel like when you have a lot of money on the table, you definitely get a little bit more tight. But at the same time, we're in Brazil, so we have a lot of Brazilian ways to play poker, and I'm pretty sure that I can tell you that all of them are super high quality, and you're going to enjoy a lot what we have here.
Do just want to point out those numbers were in reais because we are in U.S. English-speaking, I should say, an English-speaking BSOP channel here, but that is in reais. So the values you see, that's about a 5-to-1 ratio. Might actually be like 5.3 roughly, but it's you can divide it by 5. So the 500K is 100K US, and if I'm not mistaken, it never has been done in Brazil. I don't believe there's ever been a 500K real buy-in. So that is a historic event. As far as I know.
Absolutely. So also let us know if you would like me maybe to, when I'm introducing all of that we have here, if you would like me to do the conversion for you, I can do all that. And also we have main event soon as well. We have the Brazilian Championship, and I want to, of course, that I want to talk to you about Brazil. You have like a bond in it, and I want to also point out, guys, we have game on in 25 minutes. We are about to start. We have cards on the table, so we're still going to chat here a little bit. And I want to ask you about the main event and your expectations on it, because the main event is something that, like, we have a thing going on, because the last Brazilian player that won the main event, he won in 2022.
Yep.
It was Dennis. He was in the 50K high roller final table. Do you think that, based on what you've been seeing here recently, that we're going to have maybe a Brazilian win in the main event again?
Yeah, the amount of Brazilians, it's definitely dominant. So I would say that's a good pick. But today, I think we mentioned there's only 2 Brazilians, I believe, at the final table, if I'm not mistaken. So it's there's definitely a presence here, some of the top players in the world from other parts. But I would bet, if you wanted me to bet, yes, I would say I think a Brazilian wins. And I think you mentioned Colombia's had a good run. There's been some Colombians, was it 2 years or 3 years have won?
Yeah.
So Colombia also a strong country, and Argentina, very great, a lot of great players. And we've seen already in the high rollers, there's been some players from Estonia. We saw a Morocco player here who's playing very well, who was in good form. I think just took second in the Triton over in Korea. So we're seeing an international group, and I don't think you can guarantee it's going to be Brazil, but of course they are the favorites, and I would bet that Brazil does win the BSOP main event.
Sounds good. And also now, like, of course that we are focused on poker here, but something that I'm really trying to do in this new live stream is try to bring you guys the Brazilian energy. So I want to ask you a few things, like, out of poker on
Sure.
Brazil side. You're married to a Brazilian woman, right?
Yes.
What's your favorite food in Brazil? What do you like the most about the country? Because, like, to be honest, I just want to ask, like, how did you meet her? How was it?
Yeah.
But,
well,
like, we can
it's funny,
start with your favorite food.
Yes, favorite food, I have several, but acai, I mean, I wouldn't, that's like I love acai, and I know because I live in Miami, so it's not quite the same. There's some good acai, but it's different, right? The Brazilian actual high quality, real, natural acai. I love picanha, I love pão de queijo. That's like my favorite.
I have one in my purse over here.
Might ask for to borrow that because yeah, it's very good. And of coxinhas I love and tapioca. That's like my go-to food for Brazilian food.
You just gave me a great top 5, and I gotta let you know, pão de queijo is something that. Can I show you? Wait, just a second.
Yeah, see what you got there.
I'm sorry. I have a pão de queijo because I just arrived here and I went to a little coffee shop and I have a pão de queijo Premium Plus. It's gonna look kind of like pressed because my pão de queijo is also filled with like some cheese cream and like it's Premium Plus pão de queijo and I can't wait to eat that. But
no flour,
no
allegedly.
Flour.
That's what I still don't believe it, but that's what I've heard for a long time. They don't put flour in it. It's delicious.
It's another white weird thing.
Yeah.
Like they do a and it's amazing. And that's the kind of thing that you're only going to be able to try when you come to Brazil or next year because on 2026 we also have BSOP Summer 2026 in Costa do Sauípe that is going to be amazing. I'm super excited for it. We're going to be in all like the beach vibes and like sunny and everything, like all-inclusive resort. I'm not going to be in that probably because I'm going to be like super high focus here, but we have the players in there and I'm pretty sure they're going to have some great content coming out of that. And that's the kind of thing you're only going to try in Brazil because anytime that I go to the US, I can never have pão de queijo, but I'm not in Miami. I'm like
Miami's it definitely has a lot of Brazilian presence, so there is some decent food for Brazil. And actually, I did meet my wife sort of from poker in a way because Antonio Sfandiari is one of my best friends. He was telling me to come to Burning Man for multiple years. Finally, I went, and then I met my wife, walking by in the middle of the desert. So. Yeah, it was. If anyone knows about Burning Man, you should Google that. It's a rabbit hole. Pretty exciting thing. You know what Burning Man is? Have you heard of it or no?
No.
It's in the middle of it's in the middle of Nevada. It's a festival. There's 70,000 people, and it's a city that comes out of nothing. So they build airport, they build everything, and it's like literally. I don't even know how to describe it, but it's like there's a big area out in the middle called the Playa, and then there's like a clock. So then for 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock. This is 6, 12, but everyone like lives behind, and then in the middle it's called a playa. So it's like at night everyone's dressed up, everyone has lights on, biking. It'll blow your mind when you Google image it. But yeah, we met there, no mutual contacts, and then walked by each other, and then that was it. I told everyone I'd marry her. I did. The next, that was it. We had 2 kids now, 2 boys. It's great. And Brian Rast, who's here with us, he taught me my first Portuguese word. He mentioned yesterday, saudades. I said, what should I say to her after I met her? And I wasn't going to see her for a while. And he said, yeah, type that. And that was my first ever message to her. So that word. But anyway, Brazil's got a special place in my heart.
Definitely is a special place, and that's a beautiful story. I'm glad that you have all of these experience, and now you have Brazil in your life in a very like deep way. I also want to tell you guys, since like we mentioned Brian here, Brian will be here probably like later tonight because as you know how things are going, we have a full schedule. We have so many tournaments, and we're gonna have enough time to have every single one of our casters almost like every day here. So I'm super excited. And we are mentioning Brazilian food. We are mentioning all the Brazil thing and all the great things that you're going to see next year when you come by. But if you want to check a little more of what BSOP Millions is here in Brazil, let's remember that we are in America. We are in South America. So let's check our Welcome to Brazil.
This is America. This is South America. This is Brazil. My dear poker fans all around the world, if you're used to watching or playing and have never been to Brazil to do that, you are the one we were looking for. Yep, that's correct. We were looking for you so we could introduce a little bit about this country and see if it makes you come and visit. No bluffing, only arguments on the table. First of all, we tend to organize events in a very special way. Second, the prizes of the tournaments and the quality of the players on our field has never been so high. Third, you have lots of beautiful places to spend your prize money on. Okay, so that was the flop. Let's head for the turn. Fourth argument, we've created the caipirinha. And I know it's not the best argument, but trust me, that works for every discussion when you're Brazilian. And the grand finale, the pot winner river, and our fifth and final reason for you to come and check BSOP with your own hands. We've tailored and made the best experience possible for the ones who love the sport. Beautiful places and landscapes, best prizes and players, an unforgettable atmosphere you won't find elsewhere, and of course, the best hospitality you will find on the circuit. BSOP 2025 invites you all to be here in 2026. And welcome.
If with my 5 great arguments about how Brazil is the greatest place in the world, I didn't yet convince you to come here, don't worry. Today is going to be your final day to be convinced, and if it's not, we still have a long schedule ahead of us, and we're going to be together for all these days. I'm super excited, and we have, again, I told you, it's not a bad argument, I gotta say. We have caipirinha. We have the best drink in the world. Wonderful caipirinha that everybody loves. No one hates caipirinha. It's like it's just, it hits in the heart. It's amazing. Do you like it?
Yeah, of course.
See?
Like you said, everyone. I'm part of everyone. It is.
We are
very
all
good.
everyone.
It is good. It's very good.
You gotta try. And also, let's talk about this field now, because something that we mentioned here is that, actually, I think we mentioned that in the retrospective that we did yesterday. We have a very competitive field here in BSOP, such as in the last year, if I'm not mistaken, or the last year and a half, we had 11 winners, 11 different players who won tournaments in general, and only 2 of them won more than one tournament. So how would you analyze this entire competitiveness that we have here now?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, to win tournaments is hard. You know, you how often you actually get to win. Even yesterday, we see João Samal win and Ivan Luca take second. Today, Ivan Luca, he also is at the final table here with a chance to win. He was short. He was down to 5 blinds. He doubled again, and was fighting. He's in there, and it's just not easy. It's so hard. Again, these guys are all capable. This isn't just like, it's a skill game. It is. You see a lot of the same people, but you look at the final 8 today, and anyone literally can win. So it's not easy to win multiple tournaments in a short stretch. So we'll see today if I think Ivan Luca, he's in good form. We got to look at the exact chip size and see who is where. But again, very tough field today. I was saying yesterday in our feature when there was 5 remaining, literally all 5 just world-class players. Like, we've seen some recreationals, we've seen some businessmen that come in, and that's great. That's part of the reason poker works, is you have people that are very successful that want to, explore and try things, and they're not as polished. And then you have some of the best players in the world that are battling, but something has to give. Someone has to win. It's hard to say today. It's really wide open. We'll look at the chip stacks, look at the position at the table. I can maybe make my guess, but I think it's wide open, and any one of the 8 are going to have a chance today.
Absolutely, and we have only great players here, and some players that I was really excited to see in this final table, especially in the ITM, because yesterday we had 2 bubbles. We had double bubble yesterday, and I'm your bubble reporter here. We had our bubble for the final table on the early at that point, at night, and we got our final table formed, and then we still went with the final table for a little bit because the ITM starts at the 8th place. So you're in the final table, that's great, but calm down, because if you're the first one to be eliminated, you're going home with empty hands in a really expensive tournament that I'm pretty sure that you don't want to be out of the ITM. Here we have everyone in the money, so we can go through a few of them and talk about some of the Brazilian players and some of the players from outside of Brazil as well. We're probably going to get the chip count that they have soon, and as you can see here, our game will start in a few minutes, and we have a lot of time to still talk about it. And I want to talk about a specific player, and just one of the 8 that we have, that is Masato Yokosawa.
Yep.
He's from Japan, and he's a content creator, a poker content creator as well. I would like to ask your view on these content creators that can still focus to the point of being in a final table that is competitive like that, and the fact that he came all the way from Japan, or I don't know where exactly he was, but he's here in Brazil. So what's your perspective on this?
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, it's so hard to do both. You see players that are world-class poker players and also world-class content creators. That doesn't always line up, right? It's hard. You either have to really focus on your craft, one or the other. So we're starting to see more of a hybrid now where there's people that are doing both. People that started out as content creators are getting better at poker, or poker players that are now finding content. So I'm not familiar which part that he came from first, but I would say that Masato Yokosawa definitely fits the bill on both. He has over 1 million YouTube subscribers. He's very active in his posting and his travel and his content. He also has, I think, top 3, almost 4 million in earnings in top 3 in Japan, and he is constantly all over the world. He was in Vegas. He's had a big score there for 440,000 plus. He also is in now Brazil, and I've seen him in a lot of stops. He's in the Bahamas. He's traveling, and he's living his dream. He's putting out a lot of good content, and he's having great scores. I know he is in a position again to have another big one today, and stamped his Brazil passport. I don't know if he had a Brazil Hendon Mob flag cash before, but he does now, and that's fun. I know myself, when I was traveling, playing a lot before I had kids and was playing poker all the time, that was something that was pretty cool. Like when you go to a country, you want to make a cash, at least one, because then it's like, okay, that's on my passport, the Hendon Mob. You get to kind of tick off countries and mark it off your list. So very cool to see him here, and definitely a very accomplished content creator, but a great player as well.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see him here as well. And yesterday when we started we had I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit confused because we just had so many stuff, but on the 50K high roller he went to the second day, but he didn't make it so far because he went like on the second day of the 50K. He was really short on stack, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity to see him a little more now. And I want to talk to you about our seat 5. Just for a matter of information here, Masato Yokosawa is on seat 8, and I'm not going on like full order here. We're just going to talk a little bit about most of the players, but on seat 5 we have Rafael Moraes, that is the CEO of the BSOP, and we're going to talk about like other players too, but I just want to ask you your perspective on Rafa specifically, because you know him, you interviewed him already, and he's now on that final table. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I've known Rafa a long time. We used to battle online. His name, I believe, was GM Walter. I played on, many hands with him, and he's actually the first ever Brazilian to have a 7-figure online score. So he is well known. He's definitely one of the staples, the Mount Rushmore of Brazilian poker, and it's awesome to see him have success. Obviously, he had a little bit of luck too. I don't know if you saw that yesterday, but he was all in with 5s to 8s with maybe 12, 13 left. Hit a 5, he would have been out. So, that's something I do like to talk about, though. It's not about what happens, how you react to what happens. And, listen, having luck, it's definitely part of the formula. You have to have a little bit of luck, but what do you do with it? He doubles up. He's in the tournament. Does he go on to win it? Does he make the most of it? Does he play great? He actually saved himself a lot of chips. He had a hand against our Moroccan player where he had ace-jack off. He had about 13 big blinds. He min-raised. The Moroccan player called in the small blind. It came ace-queen 4, I believe, and he had ace-jack. And, this is basically the best. It was all spades, and he ended up it was a check bet call, and then the turn brought a spade, and the Moroccan player, I'm forgetting his name, how to pronounce it.
I kind of feel you because I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah.
But his name is Mehdi.
Mehdi, that's right. We're going Mehdi. He then bet 1 big blind on the turn when the flush came, and he was actually hit a set of 4s, but Rafa was drawing dead. He folded, then instantly doubled, and then doubled again. And he makes great plays. Sure, you got to get lucky at times. He was behind, could have been out, but now he's here. He's got a good stack, and I think he's got to be one of the favorites to win, of course, in Brazil on his soil. And he's dangerous, great player, and capable. He's one of the ones that has such success live and online, which is rare. He has such a great he has such a great pedigree, and I think he's able to finish. He knows how to win. So I like his chances today.
Well, I'm super excited about that because I'm glad you mentioned this topic of the online and live poker. We have people already coming in. So if you hear some noise, if you hear some chips and chairs going around, that's because or also our Brazilian broadcast is really woohoo.
Yeah,
like
they're
just-
fired up. Also the main. There's the main. It's day
There's
one
like
C,
4
I
or 5
believe.
people doing that now. I don't.
It's going to fill in the back because there's a ton of tournaments, ton of action going on, and we see a lot happening today. And there will be the main event, a 5,000 real buy-in should get an incredible amount of runners today. I know it's the day one C.
I'm going to stand up real quick just to get a gossip. Oh, okay, it's Crema here. We have Crema, one of the greatest players in Brazil and a very experienced online player. He's there on the table, and he's probably going to bring some like very expert stuff to the Portuguese live stream. And that's the thing. I would, if I were you, I would just take a look at our YouTube or Twitch chat on the Brazilian live stream as well, because people are always like so excited and like, blah, 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 I'm rooting for everyone and let's go. And yeah, that's just amazing. Just be with both of us and try to bring that same energy here, because that's what we're looking for. And I'm glad to have you here, because I am going to read every single thing that you tell us on the chat. I am following on everything. And let's remember, our channel is BSOP English if you want to check our English live stream. And I'm super glad to have you here in this early beginning of this entire journey that we're creating. So I'm going to use this moment to say some hello to people. We have HRDC, and I love when people have like just random letters as their names, like, and I just find a way to pronounce it. Love it. In the same vibe, we have DNK Ha. Hello. We have Gabriel Pernambuco. Wonderful to see you here. We have Jeff Grosspoker. I have no idea who that is. Whom that might be, don't know. Well, just kidding.
First one today. I was in the chat early. I'm in there. I see we got Germany in there too. Germany's out there saying hello. We've got an international group, and again, it is English, but we have all over the world people phone in, and it's very cool to see the birth of the channel, and I do look forward to that. I think it is it's very fun to see, because it just snowballs, and it is hard to start. You start and it just goes. So, thank you to everyone who's here at the very beginning. Hope to see you for many years to come. And I know next year there's a lot of stops in 26, right? For BSOP, there's a full schedule, and hopefully this will be a fixture to have the English channel on BSOP that sticks around and keeps growing. So very cool to see everyone here.
I'm pretty sure that we will have the English channel and so many stuff, because I'm super excited about it. And we have a full schedule next year, and still, like, we are thinking of next year, because of course we want you physically next to all these players on 2026, and we also have what's still gonna happen in our BSOP Millions 2025. So I want to ask you something about Brian, because Brian was playing the 100K high roller yesterday. What do you think that is his strategy when he's playing those really expensive tournaments, and how does he apply that in different soils when he's overseas? Like when he's in Brazil, do you think he has a different strategy? How would you analyze his strategy yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, Brian, he's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the best players, poker players all around, no limit, Parliament Omaha, any game. I think that he doesn't necessarily change too much on where he is. But I think he does know the Brazilians have a particular style. I think he knows that he does make exploits. That's what the great players do. They know what the book says. They know GTO, game theory, optimal. What am I supposed to do? And then they're able to make exploits in a situation. So, I think Rast is familiar with some of these guys. These are, again, some of the best players in the world in this particular super high roller series. He's seen these guys. He knows some of them, so he's played with them. He has some experience. I don't think he's doing anything too unorthodox or changes is too much. He did say he's a little rusty. He hasn't played much since the summer. I mean, he did bust 7 times in the 10K, which is pretty crazy. That's like honestly insane that to do, just like you have to, first of all, even if you try to do that, it's hard to do because you have to still like lose the all-ins. There's flips, there's, he just kind of didn't get it going. And I think that I wouldn't bet against Ras. I think he's still going to have a great week here. And, hopefully we'll see him in the booth a little, and then he uses some of the booth warm up. And it's definitely an advantage because I can tell you what, these guys are playing, they're not really watching the stream much. So like Rast, when he's in there watching the same guys he's basically playing against, it could come in useful down the stretch in some of the big ones. As you said, it's an escalator. We're going from 10K US, or let's just start in reais. We go from 50K reais to 100 to 150 to 250 to 500. So, that's the nice thing. If you start slow, you actually have a chance. That's part of the reason to do it, right? You don't start with the 500 and then go down. So it's like if people that maybe weren't going to play the 500, they have some great success. They do come in, and if you start slow, you have a chance to kind of Martindale, if you will, to it's like roulette. If you lose and it's like you have a chance to to make up for it, and we'll see how that plays out. I think the over under for the 500K. I'm curious what your guess is. How many entrants do you think they'll get for that?
For the 500?
For the 500.
We had 113 entries on the 50K, so I think on the 500, I'm guessing that we're gonna have like around between 50 and 60 entries.
Wow. Well, the thing is, we had 56 for this one, which is 100.
But the 50K, the 500, I feel like some people may be like saving for it.
True.
Like especially the entrepreneurs and like the business people that we have here. And I think that will be like a really mixed table between not necessarily on the final, but when we have the first day of the 500K, where we may have something like a lot of the business people and some of the players as well. I think it's going to be really mixed in the beginning, but that's just my bet.
Yeah.
I don't know. But if it's smaller, if we have like lower entries, we're also going to check how that goes. But I'm hoping that we have like a lot of people in that and just fight.
Yeah, there's definitely that. I think that's true. Some people that do well maybe weren't going to play will. I think you also see that the business, some people that come just for that. And then there's people that will maybe fly into sort of for in the area that live in Argentina or other parts of Brazil that maybe want to play, and they do come for the 250 and the 500 alone. So I think it's high. If you're going to make me bet, I would take under that. But I do think, probably 30 plus. And it's hard to say. It's never been done, right? So we just don't know. And at the end of the day, to put 500,000 reais on the line to enter a tournament takes some serious kahunas. You gotta be ready. It's not a good feeling to get knocked out. Of course, it's great to win, and I think that's what you'll see is some people are really it's sort of this stamp. That'll be a historic thing. To win that, as we said, Rafa Marias wins a first ever 7-figure score online. You have people that win the Wakari, these guys he's one of the early people. When you win, you're one of the first to do it, to win a bracelet, to win something, to do something significant. This is definitely the trophy you want, and this is one that'll be talked about for a long time, and this is setting the bar very high in Brazil. So we'll see who gets to win that and how many we get. I'd say around 30 is a good number, but you might be right, and hopefully that's no matter what, it's going to be great.
30
very
sounds
exciting.
Good as well. I'm just thinking like if I'm not crazy, I think we have 3 days of the 500K, and I'm guessing that like we will have re-entries. Like I'm thinking that we're gonna start with some like number on this field, and it may like go higher and higher, or like some people like may go back, and like I'm thinking of this kind of stuff. So it's really is a really expensive tournament. So I'm being kind of optimistic that we're gonna have like a bigger field. But let's see how
it'll be fun no matter what. We're gonna see some of the best, and we're gonna see some very, very exciting poker. And I think we will see that kind of gap between the elite and then also some of the businessmen that have no fear, and that makes for very exciting poker.
Absolutely, and I think we have a lot of fearless people here in Brazil that may be in there. So. Also, we have a message here in our chat by DNK who asked if Neymar is playing. I am not sure, guys. I am not so sure because he's also doing like another event, probably like football-wise or like something like that. But like, oh no, I understood like wrong gossip here. I thought that he had an event like outside of BSOP, but no, apparently he's got something here at BSOP. So sorry for the misinformation. We're probably gonna have Neymar here. We're probably gonna have him playing. I'm not sure which tournament, but probably I would say if I can like bet on that, I'm thinking that he will be in one of the many high rollers that we're gonna bring to you guys. So I'm super excited for that. Do you know Neymar?
Yeah, I do.
As a player?
I've played poker with him, and I've also played soccer with him on just juggling kind of for fun at the World Series. So that was, he's very, very nice guy, and obviously loves poker. Great ambassador, and great for the game.
Great. Could you elaborate on like your vision on how Neymar plays poker? Do you think he's a good player? Because he's been playing for a long time. Like it's even surprised for some people that only know him through football. But he's also playing poker for a while, and he was in the last BSOP Millions that the Winter Millions that we broadcasted as well. So what's your perspective on him as a player?
So I mean, I've played with him a few times, but from what I've seen of his play, and then obviously he has friends. Some of my very, very good friends are close with him, and they say he's gotten pretty good. So he's around people that really know what they're doing, and he's a smart guy, obviously. So, I think he's out of the people that don't play for a living. Want to put him in a business, celebrity, athlete category. I would imagine he's in the upper echelon of players that play well. I can't speak to his specific ability, but I think. He's played tournaments, he's played cash, and he's obviously fearless, which helps a lot. When the money is not quite as significant, it's nice you can do things and experiment and put pressure on people. So, yeah, I would say he's, I put him in the upper echelon of people that I'm aware of that are high net worth, celebrity athlete, that category. I think he's probably one of the more competent and more solid players. And he's played a lot. He's played a lot of poker, which helps.
That sounds good, and I can't wait to bring him on the table here on our future live stream, still at BSOP Millions 2025. And I'd like to ask you, in the US, do you think that we also have this dynamic where we have like sports celebrities and they're also in poker? Do you see that a lot?
There is a lot. Of course, poker it's a funny one where we take 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. In the U.S., there's this indictment stuff, and some well-known players, Chauncey Billups, some others have been named for different things. It's unfortunate, that is not. I think that doesn't help, right? Where athletes and people are like, oh, I want to play, or I want to be involved, and then you see this kind of thing that looks not so good. But I lived with Michael Phelps for 8 years. We were roommates. He played a ton of poker. We met.
Really?
Yeah, we met at a poker table in 2006. So that. I've played with a lot of different celebrity type people and athletes, and it's fun. They all play. Most people play poker. Fundamentally they play somewhat poker, some more than others. But I think that there's a lot of people in the U.S. that play and that are some of the most successful business people as well as athletes, actors, and I played with some interesting people, and that's what I love about it. Poker's like a melting pot. You show up at the table, you can't swim against Phelps, you can't play soccer against Neymar, but you can play poker, and it's kind of no matter what. Even if you play the best player in the world and you're okay, you have a chance. That's nice, and that's not the same in sports. And you don't get to just go out and play one-on-one with someone and have a chance. They would just destroy you. It wouldn't be fun. And in poker, that's not the case. And what is nice about it?
Yeah, I heard a lot about the fact that one of the nice things about poker is that you can be in your first tournament, and if you have your plan and if you go with your plan, you may be in the final table with a few of the best players in the world. So that's something that I'm really excited to see. And we are about to have our game starting here. So we already have our divided screen here. You can see that our dealer is already shuffling our cards. And well, this final table starts now. I mean, at the ITM of it, we have 8 players left on it. What's your expectation at this point?
I can't wait to see the stack sizes, but I think that, again, Hoffa, I think he just kind of got fortunate in the spot. He had a bunch of chips now. He's chipped up. He knows how to win, and he is very familiar with all these players. So I think Hoffa is going to do very well, and I think that our Moroccan man has been playing great. So I think they're going to go heads up. That's just kind of a feeling I have. And some of these players I didn't get to watch so much, right, because they were at the other table yesterday, and I didn't see them play at all. I know one player from Czech here, he won a bracelet recently this summer. This is Tavares as well, the Brazilian, very talented. So it's a loaded final table. I think it's wide open, but I'm going to make my pick. I'm going to go with Hoffa. It's a hometown guy, my friend, and then I think he'll play Mehdi heads up. That's my pick.
Well, I think Hoffa is a great pick. He's a great player, as you said. We don't even have to introduce him. Everybody knows him at this point. But I really want to talk about Gabriel Tavares.
Yep.
He's on our seat 4, and he's a professional poker player for at least 7 years. He's one of the greatest players in Brazil now, and he also, in September, he was we're going to talk about him a little more, but he just won a really great tournament, and we're going to talk more about that. So let's have big screen in our game here. Let's have our game as our main focus here now, because we're about to start. Jeff is going to be taking care of casting and narrating all the happenings in this game, and I'm going to make some quick comments. We're going to talk a little bit, and let's see how it goes. I would also to remind you guys that I am your bubble reporter always, and not only on the bubble, I'm your reporter here. So whenever we have an elimination, I will run and talk to them about it. So let's see.
Okay, so start out here. Two pretty nice hands. Jack 10 suited, opening, and Ace Queen. I didn't get to see. It looks like just flatted based on the stack size. Only 6.5 blinds in the middle. Ace Queen has a choice to 3-bet or flat, and I do see they're fairly deep, so it makes sense that he did flat. And Jack 10 suited, just going to get out of the way on the Ace 7 deuce. That's a rainbow board. Very good flop for Ace Queen, and nice pickup there. A lot of times you have a chance to split. You can either 3-bet or full, or 3-bet or call in spots, and curious to see in that one. I do think Ace Queen fits the bill to just call. Makes sense. You don't want to 3-bet, get 4-bet, and it's going to be dominating some hands, so he lets the worst hand stay in, and nice hand, nice flop. Good start there for the man from Portugal.
Something I heard about, like, what differentiates, or not necessarily what, but like one of the points that differentiates a professional, really good player to someone that is more like fish, recreative player, is the power to know when to fold. How do you manage that when you're playing a tournament?
Yeah, I mean, listen, folding's only a small mistake sometimes. You know, if you make a bad call or you do something silly, you can get knocked out. And I think that, you know, that's it's important to be able to differentiate when to fold and when not. And that is, again, I mentioned the hand with Rafa Marias yesterday making a big fold with Ace Jack on a board where he's drawing dead. Most people would have called the turn and then had a decision on the river, and he just got out of the way. So it's just kind of the best do that. The best find a way to make big folds. Trying to see the exact chip counts here, where everyone stands, because
we're probably gonna have that soon, and I most definitely want to bring that info for you guys. Let me see if I can go around, like, search on that. You're gonna hear like some microphone voice here, because again, I want to remind you that we are doing for the first time our official live stream to here in the main floor. So I'm glad that we have also the English live stream starting now. So I hope you enjoy as much as we are enjoying it. And yeah, final table here, 8 players left, and let's go.
Two players from Portugal. We just saw them tango. Here's Ruben, who has over 50 blinds, 3.5 million, has a lot of chips. Ace 3 off, going to pass. Still 8-handed poker. Here's the other player, Hugo, also around the same stack, who just won with that Ace Queen from Portugal. And there's our man, the Japanese YouTuber.
12 big blinds.
King 10.
$120.
Dá raise para 120 mil fichas.
120 mil.
So Ivan Luca off 27 blinds, going to pass through deuce off. And now Mehdi, the man we talked a lot about, 32 blinds.
And also, Mehdi is the player in Morocco who made like the biggest amount of money through poker. He already won more than $3 million, and well, he is in a really good spot now. He is in a great second half of the year, and he already got, only this year, he's got 7 final tables, 5 heads up, and 3 titles. So yeah, he's hyped right now, in a great position. Let's see what he's going to bring to us here at BSOP Millions 2025.
Okay, so King 10 flops the gut shot. No one with the heart. 7-8, just a complete miss. And he's going to have a big range advantage here by raising. And the big blinds. Can't be excited with that. That'll pick it up. Nice takedown there. Could have shoved, but I like the raise. Let's look at that trophy, the 100K engraved on there. Very cool trophies too. It's something, you know, I played soccer my whole life through college, and a lot of trophies as a kid and playing, loved it. And getting a trophy in poker is pretty special. It's hard to do. Again, you got to win, right? Getting second, third, don't get one. So it's rare. It's special. See, the viewers at home, please say hello. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. Again, we're starting from 0, so it's pretty cool to see this channel growing. I think that's a record amount of people on at the same time as of right now, which at least when I've been on. So it's, again, day 2 of a historic start. Great to see everyone.
Anuncia.
Everything is so good. Yeah, I made a final table.
in the money.
Make money. In the money, yeah.
Hold. Hugo. Hold.
I'm excited to see what Gabriel Tavares would do here. He went all in, and he wasn't the last final table we had. I want to see him stay in a little longer. One of our 2 Brazilians here. Let's see if Ivan is gonna call it or not.
Against the Queen 9 suited.
Yeah,
Free rolling.
that would be free.
Yeah.
But it would get like a lot of engagement.
Yeah, for sure.
Something that we have here at BSOP, and I'm pretty sure you guys are going to enjoy a lot. The players on the television table, they have a microphone that you can see on Madi and his shirt. They have a microphone so we can get a few of the things you're talking during the table. If they're speaking Portuguese, of course, I'm going to translate it all to you. I'll bring the gossip every time. But here, with such diverse table, we also have them speaking English, so
A little bit over than
really excited about it. Let's see, Ivan calls it, and will Ruben do the same from the big blind position?
I was curious. Yeah.
Ruben foldou.
Amazing work, congrats. Thank you.
Well,
You won,
it's
an award,
Ivan
like for
against
something?
Gabriel Tavares.
Global Poker Hours.
Aí.
Would you do that with Ace-10 off, like in the UTG position? Would you go all in?
Yeah, he's just too short. Ace-10 off, you're not. It's unfortunate you don't get an Ace-Queen plus or 10s, but Ace-10, it's still going to be the best hand enough of the time. You're going to get in a flip situation here. He's ahead, and again, the Queen-Jack call is a little bit light. Queen-Jack off, it's questionable. There's still 2 players left to act. It's very close. Does call, and now he has got to fade 6 outs. Want to come. It's about 14%. A little bit more. Can he fade the paint? He does it, and that is bad news for the rest of the players, as a very dangerous Brazilian gets a little bit over 10 blinds, I believe, and that's how it starts. Ivan Luca was short, had 5 blinds with 15 left. Now he's in, has chips, and Rafa was short, doubled. It's people want to see people get knocked out. You get pay jumps, and also no one here is a wreck. Everyone here is a very tough player. So it's nice, obviously, to make money and move up, but also you want to see the opponents go out that are great players.
Well, I'm really excited to see what Gabriel is going to bring to this table, because I had an interview with him when he was eliminated on the final table of the 50K High Roller, and it was the first interview that I was doing here, the first elimination interview, and I just want to say that he was the nicest interviewed that I've ever had. Like, he was so great. Like, I was expecting, because he was the first eliminated on that final table. I'm like, yeah, what am I gonna tell to this guy? Like, I'm gonna ask him, like, hey, like, how are you doing? Like, how are you feeling? I'm pretty sure you're happy. I'm like really happy about that, right? But like, he came and he was like so smiling and like so. It's the most charismatic person in this world. Like, he's just smiling, smiling, smiling. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be better. Like, it's fine. Everything's good. I'm going home. And like, I'm taking some money home as well. Everything is good. Very good guy. And Ivan, who just participated of this really brave all-in by Gabriel, like this fight between those 2 was really exciting, considering that Gabriel started on the seat 4 with 305,000 chips, and as you saw, that he was like all-in, and Ivan is our highest stack count. He's our highest chip count here. Ivan Luca from Argentina, he started with 1,770,000 chips.
Yeah, there's some pretty short stacks, and actually interesting, the 2 Portuguese players.
Oh yeah, sorry,
from Portugal.
He was not the highest. He was just in the sit 1, so I got confused with that. But yeah, sorry, go.
Yeah, the Ruben Lopez and Hugo Machado are basically tied for the chip lead with 3.4 million as we see the fold 8-9 off, not going to defend. Ivan Luka going to get some chips right back with that same hand, Queen Jack.
I'm really excited about like a player here that I want to see what he's going to bring, but I don't know how to pronounce his name, and I'm going to ask you guys to forgive me about it, but I'm going to go for this information soon. Zdenek Ziska. He's from the Czech Republic, and he is also on this final table on our seat 7 with 950,000 chip count at the start of this final table. What's your idea on the Czech Republic players that we have here? Because we have a few of them, not so many, but like a few of them are present here. So what do you think about this region?
Well, I gotta say, I don't know as much about them specifically. I do get to see sometimes them play on the GG Millions. I would say this player I know emerged. He won a bracelet last summer, so he does have some confidence winning the WSOP bracelet, and I know he is a very good player from what I understand. So I don't have a ton on that. I would say that region I know less about than most, but he's in good form. Confidence is big in poker, and winning a bracelet helps. And he is here again, looking to add to that as we see Ivan Luka going to, I believe, did he 3-bet? Okay, so he did. He's attacking the stack size, the short stack raise of Masato, and that's amazing news for him because he's going to get the 4-bet jam his hand, and Ivan's actually just going to fold. He's not going to have to, he's going to chip up without having to risk the chip. So nice timing for Masato.
Searching, obrigado. Ação está, action, Masato.
Yeah, this hand's just going to end here. This is going to be a 4-bet jam.
Well, I'm I'm not pretty sure because I'm not there, but like I feel like Ivan became at this point being like second final table at early on BSOP Millions 2025. He may be like a scary player for a few of them, and something that I think will add a lot for a few of the players. Ivan doesn't step foot on the BSOP for like 11 years.
What is it?
Before that. The last time that he came by, it was on 2014, if I'm not wrong. So it's been a while. So a few of the players may like know him from other tournaments, but he's definitely a figure that will mark this BSOP.
Okay.
Portuguese accent is.
No, he's a staple. One of the greats. One of the great in Latin America. He's actually, I know, worked with several players that have had tremendous success as well. He's just a great poker player. And we're setting records. I don't know if you're checking the chat. If you're seeing what's going on, we got people coming in. Hello again, everyone from Thailand. What's up, Thailand? Simon is here. Anderson Santos maybe double dipping in the Portuguese BSOP stream. We got DNK in there. We see Germany saying hello. Pretty cool. Just growing. I guess I like it. It's like you just don't know how it's going to go. So it's fun. But it's fun to start with nothing as we see an ace, jack, ace, queen confrontation. Ivan Luka really getting dealt in. He's in a lot of hands right now. And this is a bad spot for Mehdi as, again, ace, jack, kind of ace, queen off. Those type of hands. Maybe you just want to flat, not 3-bet. Ace, jack, a little more so to 3-bet than to flat, I would say, just to kind of find out where you're at. There's also a bunch of players behind. Did he do that? He did 3-bet. And honestly, ace queen suited is right in the cusp of to 4-bet jam or
We don't have like exactly rules, you know.
Yeah.
4-bet jam or I don't know. I guess could even what's the price to call it? Stack's just kind of awkward. You don't really want to be calling out of position, but ace queen suited is a lot of hand. This is a very tough spot because you're either way good or way not. And Mehdi, I think this comes down to what do you think about the player? Is Mehdi going to be having the ace-5 suited? Is he going to be more value? And I think Ivan genuinely has a very tough spot here.
I have a friend.
Might just go for it.
Like NASA, it's like almost no Portuguese for him, you know, like
Yeah, because
almost a different language.
yeah, inside Portugal.
It's literally the dead middle. Like you want to rip it, but you just know you can get snapped off here by kings or ace king.
It's very different.
And I think Ivan though.
I'm just
He
curious.
may be looking for.
Did he do it? He say all in? He did do it. Yeah. I mean, it's just a little too much hand. I would have been surprised to see him not to fold, but.
Mehdi folded.
He did Mehdi. So Mehdi just decided he knew that was a 3-bet, and then it got resistance would fold. So the difference some players might make though too is if you flat the ace jack there, right? Now you let it. You're dominated by a hand ace queen ace king, and you can get some really tough positions. You're also inviting some squeezes behind. So I do like the decision to 3-bet, and found out where he's at, and he was dominating. He got out of the way.
And we only have like
We have.
and some Spanish countries.
There's
you know, like,
one of the numbers that we bring throughout live stream that is the or like aggression. I don't know exactly what it is. If someone can call that in my ear, it's an aggression percentage based.
Aggression
on, like,
frequency. Yeah.
Yeah, and that counts not only like different from the VPIP, that also counts post flop. So we have these numbers for how many players do actions pre-flop and which of them like do more and more, and that's one of the ways that we count how aggressive they're being. But now with
so many Japanese people travel for playing poker,
now with
but
the
still they don't
aggression,
speak English.
we can also see
I'm just curious
post
why.
flop.
like that, yeah.
I'm just curious why. Why version people speak English?
There's Ivan again, ace queen suited. I'll tell you what, you get dealt ace queen suited all the time, probably overall good things going to happen, but that's also, again, one of those hands that can just play big pots and you just get inverse jacks or, flipping or really tricky situations. So still, 8-handed, you're loving ace queen suited, and here's Hugo with jack 10 suited of the same suit. One of the chip leaders you saw tied basically for first. So chip leader 40K, 40 blinds I should say, all the way down to what's our short stack now? Over 10. They just showed it's pretty tight. I mean, it's wide open right now, and he is going to flat out of the small blind.
Yeah.
We started the table with Gabriel being the shorter on stack.
Yeah.
So
No, I feel like Brazilian.
now
seems
with
like
that
a little
all-in call that
similar to
he
Japanese.
had with
Yeah.
Ivan, it may be different. We'll see the chip count updated soon.
In the business for that kind of, like kindness,
Yeah,
hospitality.
I agree with you, but I like Brazilian people also.
I think because like the language barrier is so hard, and we are trying to do like the other things that we can, because like.
Well, this is both very nice starting hands. The dominating diamonds, very unlikely to see a flush situation here, but look at that. We got it. There it is. King 9-6, Jack 10 suited with the straight flush draw as we know it will not come because the Queen of Diamonds is there, and Ivan Luka has an amazing situation happening here versus the chip leader as well. I mean, this could somehow just get in. Ivan, though, understanding ICM, understanding there's several shorter stacks, getting all in on the flush draw here with an over, I mean, it wouldn't be a nightmare, but you don't want to do it necessarily. If he knew the hand he's against, he would, right? If you were against the lower flush draw, but there's still some equity there. You can see Jack 10 suited, although dominated with the flush draw, still has a Jack, a 10, and not a queen. All three queens, as Ivan has the Queen of Diamonds, so the other three queens would be working. So this is a pretty big flop for both players.
Yeah. I feel like at the same time that like a queen can bring Ivan a pair, but it also will bring Hugo a straight. So royal straight actually, no, not royal.
Well, the queen of,
yeah.
it would be a straight flush if a Queen of Diamonds comes, but he's holding that, so it's not possible. Right? Ivan has the Queen of Diamonds. But
I'm kind of blind here.
But in his mind, in Hugo's mind, he doesn't know that, right? He knows he has a Jack 10 with the Queen of Diamonds would make him a straight flush. He doesn't know his opponent has that.
Yeah.
And I can tell you this, Ivan betting is not going to be folding to a check raise. So I think Hugo covering has the intention to do so. It's actually a lot of hand, though. There is a world where he just calls, although I think it's enough hand if he flats out of the small blind, he's covering that he can go ahead and put pressure on. So interesting decision for him. They did raise, I believe, and that's what I would expect. And now, if you're Ivan, do you just call or do you re-raise? I think you're in position. I think literally the world is your oyster here with ace queen suited. You're definitely never folding. And you are... Oh, wow, did he just...
Ivan anuncia
All in.
Oh, wow, he shoved. And this is actually, for Hugo, a very tough spot. This is not what he wanted. He was like thinking, wait, why didn't I just call?
Okay.
He didn't expect that.
5.
So the hands that would be shoving here, aces, I guess ace king possibly, but maybe he would expect ace king doesn't even just go ahead and raise it in. Obviously, if he has a set of kings or nines, probably doesn't just do that either. So he's sort of thinking, wait, I have the flush draw. What does he have a flush draw? Is he protecting ace king? Does he have aces without a diamond? And in those hands against the variety of hands I mentioned, he's doing actually very well, right? If the player has black aces, for example, he's got all the diamonds, queen. So he's really not sure because he's like, you see the heart rate. That's a very cool feature.
I love this feature. I remember I saw it when it was being developed a while ago, I think, in 2024. One of my friends that works in the production was working on this feature, and he was just testing it in its screen. He was running, fake running, to see if it would be accurate, and it is. Here we can see all the emotion the players are feeling, as much as I know that you are as well, in our final table of the 100K Super High Roller in our BSOP Millions 2025. I'm glad to have you here and to feel all of that with you in this great, just one of our tournaments that we have here.
Oh, he called.
Oh, he called.
Wow.
Oh, all in call. Let's see.
Wow.
We see
This is a huge pot. Yes, so you can see there, you can see a 2-to-1 the percentage, 66% Ivan Luka, so a 2-to-1 favorite. 2 out of 3 times he's going to win, but there is some nasty runouts here.
Also, the outs are considering that we know Ivan's hand, we know what Ivan has in his hand. So
that's
it's a difference.
That's going to lock it up. That's over. That's a check mark. Ivan makes the nut flush, so there's no card to win. Even because he has the queen of diamonds in his hand, right? So he can't make a straight flush. He turned the flush over flush, and that's it.
Oh, that's it.
It's over. No dramatic run out. No turn 10, have to hit the diamond on the river, but just a pure check mark on the turn. Ivan Luka, this man is on a mission. He took second in the 10K. He's trying to ladder up from buy-in to place now. He is a force. That was a chip leader. He just won those chips through, so he doubles up. And a misstep for Machado, and honestly, if he had just called, he would have ended up probably being the exact same result. But the only way out of that was folding pre-flop. But Jack 10 suited, aggressive player, he calls, and pretty big cooler flop there. So we'll continue on 8-handed. We've already seen a couple double ups. Action is fast and furious, a little more quick than when the bubble time is. Bubble, everyone's tight, they're tense, they're, this is more fun. Everyone's like, all right, well, at least we got a cash, and now see who's going to get the lion's share of the money.
But the pay jump starts to be really, really big at this point. So the fact that we have only 8 players inside the ITM, because we had that bubble, the money bubble happening yesterday as you watched us. And now I'm pretty sure that all of them want to hold and stay on this table for as long as they can, hopefully, until the end. So let's see what today will bring us. I'm pretty sure that this final table will take us long, because the high rollers is a super high roller here, and we have it getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. We have 100 and 150K, we have 200, 250, and our 500K high roller coming soon. So I'm glad to have you here for the next weeks. So many tournaments to come, and thinking about it, we're probably going to have less and less players the more expensive the tournaments get. And my hope was just to see a lot of people fighting for that 500K, but Things are getting really tough and expensive here. Let's see how it goes.
Ah, hello.
Ziska.
Okay, it's not very bad.
Dá um raise para 145 mil fichas. Masato. Folding. Ziska. Push up pot.
Yeah, so just a fantastic start for Ivan Luca, playing ace-queen suited strong. Opens, gets 3-bet by ace-jack, stuffs it in, picks up the chips, then opens ace-queen suited, gets flatted by jack-10 suited, flop king-9, 2 diamonds, gets it in versus an inferior flush draw and just turns the player dead. So he's taken a chunk of chips, and I believe is going to be our chip leader. I'd love to see the updated chip counts. I know we've got that graphic for you coming up here. We had it just showing you a bit ago, but things have changed as the chip leader is now probably middle stacked, and I think Ivan Luca has got to be the chip leader. Has to be. He had chips already, and then he just won a huge pot, doubled through him.
They have more tournament.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the updated chip count since the start of the stable, because some things changed since then, and Ivan has been, I don't know, just a player that I've been really paying attention to since the 50K high roller, and excited to see what he's going to bring to us forward in this tournament.
Yeah, and this hand here, King Queen of the small blind, it isn't under the gun open from Medi, so I think maybe gonna give the position the credit. But if this were a later position open from Medi, you may see a 3-bet from Masato, and it actually is gonna call, I believe. So a little unconventional. King Queen off, 8-handed under the gun raised. This is not standard. You know, you're going to be dominated. The under the gun range is going to have an ace king type hand, big hands, and the good news for him is on the ace 8-9, going to just probably lose the absolute no more. But a little surprised he flatted that hand. And this is going to cause Medi to be a little cautious. He realizes maybe an ace queen is possible here. Pocket 8s, pocket 9s, potentially. I mean, look, if he's flatting king queen off, he's probably flatting 9s or 8s, but he's going to check. And it is check. And there's a king. So a king now, both players with a little something.
Check. Med.
I would expect a bet here. It's a 4-card rainbow. There are going to be some pairs in his hand. Also, he has king queen suited, more likely, or queen jack suited possibly, jack 10 suited. I expect him to bet here when checking back flop, and it's checked to him again. Size-wise, brings a smile from Masato. 6 blinds in the middle, probably bet
205.
40-50%. I'm not sure what he went with there. Yeah. About half pot. And it's going to get obliged. It's going to see a call there. So
Masato calls it.
yeah.
You hear him?
Okay. So Jack 10 would have make a straight. Pretty relatively scary board, and I think in this particular case he's going to check. Yeah, it's just not much extra value to get. So ace jack king queen off, and yeah. Okay. Other than the king queen call pre-flop, pretty standard after that. It's not crazy, just not. I don't think you normally see that, especially at this stage and this stacked up. But again, yep, this plays both players, adventurous players, willing to get into the post flop.
With those spade jumps, we're probably gonna have a long time ahead of us. So stay tuned in our English feed, in our English channel for BSOP. Again, It's a pleasure to have you here at the start of a internationalization journey that we're starting now. So we are now having more international players at BSOP. This table is a reflection of it, since you can see that we have only 2 Brazilians in it. And that's what we are looking for, not for having less Brazilians, of course, but just for having people from all around the world playing the tournaments, watching the tournaments, being with us in this moment. So I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad that we can talk and chat and like do all that now. And of course, don't forget to follow us on social media on BSOP Official, so you can be aware of every single tournament that we're having here. And don't forget to subscribe in our YouTube channel as well, BSOP English, so you will be with us all this time.
Got over 50 people right now on.
Yeah.
So we're moving and shaking.
Yes.
Starting.
That's only our 2nd day of English live stream. Like,
It's true.
I'm glad to have all of you here. Roberto, you're welcome. Thank you for being with us. Anderson. We have cumulative winnings here. One of the data that we bring in the live stream.
I guess that's cashes so far in reais. So Ivan Luca got 1.4 million reais. Does that make sense or no?
It does make a lot of sense.
I'm not sure if that's right.
I think that's on chips. I don't think that's cash. I think that's how much they're making on the table so far. Like what the difference that they had in their chip count from the beginning.
Like they're
but I'm just betting. Like I have no idea what I'm saying.
No, you're saying since the broadcast, what they've picked up win or lost chips. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I believe so.
Like, I think that's like the difference between how it was.
Oh right, yes, no, you're right. Because Hugo
and
Machado lost 1.4, and then the rest are kind of exactly. That's right. That's cumulative winnings. It's a little confusing in my mind, but that makes sense. That's from the table, how they've performed at the table. That makes perfect sense. Chips, cumulative chipping up.
Masato is going. I'm just gonna also like read that for you, because we had Ivan, as you've been seeing, he's participating of a lot of hands so far, and using the using his aggressiveness in a really nice way to watch. I hope that you're having as much fun as I am, and he is getting nice results from it. Like we have Ivan Luca getting 1.4 million more chip counts since we started this table today. Gabriel Tavares also, like, he doubled it with that all-in call against Ivan, as you saw us before, and he got like 305k more chip counts. Masato is also growing with 35k plus. Ruben Amorim is also with 30k plus. That may change now. Let's see how that hand goes.
Check.
And
yeah, we'll go through the other players on our cumulative winnings soon.
Okay, so here, see a button open, Jack 10 off, pretty standard. One of the chip leader, and Ruben number 2 flats 3s, and the Queen Ace 10 2 heartboard. Ivan has a pretty nice check back. He's got blocking the nuts. He's got a pair already, and Ruben is in bad shape here. Has a 3 only, and I think Ivan, realizes that the big blind can also flat some really big hands here versus him. Not want to 3-bet, necessarily make a big pot. So I think he's feels okay, but is fine to just keep the pot pretty small. Check. Pretty standard. And most likely, that's a good card for Ivan. And Ruben, I think, realizing unless it's king high, he's probably not going to win this hand. That maybe queen X, 10X check back. That makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of bluffs like Jack X, King X are going to bet on the flop or delayed C-bet. So I think Ruben kind of realizing that he is not winning this hand, and I think Ivan doesn't really see too much point to bet. I don't think he's going to get called by worse as played. I don't think. He could also value cut himself betting into a queen that might play the same way. And he also loses to king 10, which is possible. So he will check, yeah. And he's going to see the winner. Fair fight. 2 of the chip leaders there. Jack 10 winner. Not a big pot, but another thing going Ivan's way. He is just having himself a day so far, and he is in great form. I mean, if he can go second and somehow add another huge score. Going to put himself on a pretty fantastic start to the series here.
How would you play against him today? Like, how would you, especially like if you want to bluff against him, because he seems like just no like anti-bluff, like just like very secure.
Yeah, very.
And I don't have the bravery to lie to him.
You know, the thing about him, so one of the things in poker, you don't want to take things personally or try to target. I think, and to your question though, how I would approach playing against him, you know, I think you got to understand that he's going to be opening wider than most now that he's chip leader. So I think the way to play against him is to, you want to, you know, 3-bet him. I think kind of in particular, that's a good rule is when you're targeting a player that is the chip leader, they just know they're going to open wide. They're going to be opening a lot of hands, so you're able to actually attack them a little more. So I think, thus far, though, it hasn't gone very well, right? We saw Ace Jack 3-bet, get 4-bet when he had Ace Queen. Jack 10 played a big pot when he had the nut flush draw versus an inferior draw, and he's just kind of he's off to a great start. So to answer your question, though, I would try to not be flatting. I would probably be 3-betting his open. That would be my best plan of attack. If, again, I have a qualified hand to do so, just understand, like you're going to see here, Ivan is going to start opening King 5 suited. He's going to start opening Ace Deuce off. Like he's going to start opening wider if he is first in. And so to combat that, you don't want to call. You want to put pressure back on him because he's not gonna attack. You saw him earlier too, 3-bet Ace Deuce suited versus Masato, and then a Masato 4-bet jammed all in. He had Ace King, but you'll see. I think that Ivan's going to be very active here, and here's with 4s. Very curious if who goes down to 20, 21 big blinds. Ivan with 4s, and he just gets out of the way. Still a bunch of players, 3 players left to act, and doesn't really feel the need to try to call and set mine against 20 blind stack. If maybe he had 40 or 50 blinds, he would do so. And that's a pickup. King Jack. There's Machado going to pick up again. These guys all very competent, all know how to play. This is going to be an interesting stretch, but everyone kind of respects everyone. Everyone knows how to play here, and who's going to go for it? That's the question. Who's going to put pressure? Who's going to make that big move? Who's going to make the big call?
Well, I hope that also with the data that we saw recently, the cumulative winnings, I hope that the players that are making more on the table since the start of it will maybe try to put some pressure, even like in between like the players that are also in a good position. But let's see how it goes. I'm just really aware that we're gonna have a really long final table, and that's what we like. Some like 12-hour final table, and I'm excited for everything that they're gonna bring us.
Oh, Masato, folding, Ivan, folding, Ned. Hold. Ruben. Hold, Gabriel.
Something I want to bring some attention to is that I just want to say I really love the design of our tables here at BSOP and all the details of it, since like coming from the technology of it to the design that looks really beautiful, and with all the new visual identity that we have, it's been great to see it all everywhere in the tournament. And we have the timer that the dealers control. It's a touch screen, so cute. And we also have this, oh sorry, I hit the microphone, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you guys. Well, we have this great technology on the table that when the players grab their 2 cards in every round, we have them showed on screen because the table reads the card in some very magical way that I don't really know how to explain, but I can grab someone anytime to explain the deeps of it to you guys. And it's just great because that helps us to have all this data that we show you. We can see a different perspective on every hand, and I'm glad that we have all of that to bring the best poker live stream we can.
180.
And again, glad that we can do that now also in English. So all the English-speaking community on poker will be able to have us as well and to enjoy BSOP, the tournament that you didn't know that you will love, but I promise you, you didn't know that you needed us, but you actually do. We are a great tournament. We are a great schedule throughout the year, awarded as the best circuit of poker in 2024 by the Poker Awards. And I hope to see you guys again there. And next year, I want to see you here in Brazil. So don't forget to subscribe on our channel, BSOP English, to stay tuned on every single stage of BSOP.
Essa é muito boa, né? Muito gostosa.
Eu precisava ver essa.
I saw something here I've never seen before. 2 dealers at the cash games. You notice that? There's 2 dealers at every table.
I didn't know that there was 2.
Every single table, there's 2 dealers. Like
Oh yeah, I
literally
see that now.
across from each other.
But you mean like inside the cash game?
Yeah, in
or
the
like-
cash games. I've never
yeah.
seen that. Pretty cool.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
Something that I've been wanting to do is making a tour, recording a tour to bring you guys here in our live stream, and you can see everything that we have, because of course that we show you all the structure and like these really beautiful drone shots, because all of our production is really good on that. They make great shots of everything that we have here. But I really want to show you guys the cash game area. And to be honest, I didn't go there so much yet. I'm afraid that if I go there, I'll be like, do I want to do a buy-in? Do I want to do that? I don't want to, but I do want to. I don't know. But at least the tour, I'm going to bring you guys. And I heard there's, I mean, I did not only heard, I actually tried it. We have great coffee in there. Like, there's a really, really, really nice coffee. And the Super High Roller series, like, we have a special area, VIP area with great food in there as well. And I heard that they have the greatest pudding of São Paulo.
Tried it yesterday. I
Did
agree.
you?
Delicious. Yeah. Very nice. And right now, what I'll tell you what is nice is Tavares is getting called because he is short and he is ahead. Heart rate high. Ooh, the diamond. The diamonds are live. Look at that. Ace 5 suited. So powerful. He's got the diamond or the 5. A 10 would be a straight, but Ivan's going to have 2 pulls at this no matter what to hit a diamond at least. Heart rate going. Oh, the 3 now. He would make it with a 4, a 5, or a diamond. And the river, it's so many outs. Oh, safe. The red, but not a diamond. And Tavares going to double again. Full sweat.
Let's go, Brazil.
Full sweat.
Like in his game style. I feel like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm feeling of him so far on this table is that he's been very careful with the hands that he plays, and when he does that and when he finds someone to play against, he will like go really aggressive and with a lot of confidence, with a smile on his face. I just feel like, yeah, he's doing great. And chip count on a screen for you guys. Let me also take a photo of it so we can talk about it soon.
Yep,
we have Gabriel like.
He's up to 13 blinds. He was short. He's out of the 10 blind trap. Hoffa and him are tied. You can see how tight it is, those stacks, 11, 13, 13, 14. None of those players want to bust. The ICM pressure is huge. The risk premium is very high. That means that if you bust, you don't, and there's people around you, it costs you a lot of money. So that is a lot of pressure. When you're very short and everyone else has middle stack or big stack, it's not a big deal if you bust. But when you have a similar stacks around you and you go out, it's not ideal. So this is a field day for the big stacks here, who get to open and put pressure, and they know that the short stacks do not want to risk their tournament life with a modest holding. And a shout out to a record 63 right now. Might get to 100 today. This is going faster than expected. I got to say again, starting this reminds me a little deja vu of starting a channel, a Twitch channel, a YouTube channel, and with no one on, because it is a momentum thing and it snowballs, and it's great to see everyone, and we will remember these names. I'm taking a few screenshots here, even the first people on here. I'm taking some pictures, and you know, who knows, 5 years, 10 years from now, we'll see. We'll see how many it's got.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see Fabio, who's been here like since yesterday, and like following with like along with all during the entire live stream. Fabio's been here, and he's here again today. Welcome, Fabio. It's a pleasure having you here. Where are you from? And we also have Marcel here. Thank you so much, Marcel, for telling us that it's a great stream. It's only a great stream because we have a great public that now can follow us on other language as well. I'm glad that we can bring BSOP now to the English-speaking community. It's really a game changer, and it's like, see that we are like beating this like records now. It's something great, but like for me, what's most important is the connection that I feel like we've been building, and this slow steps in the beginning, the slow beginning is something that I really like, because then we can create a really strong foundation. And we talk to you guys, we develop this community, and the most important thing for me right now is that, we have a great community with us, and it's my pleasure to have you here.
You screen your face by AI, and all the photos that the photographers
took like all the
makes
sense, because
it's amazing.
it is written by a Portuguese, so I couldn't find out, but yeah, makes sense. Oh, so it's basically I only can see the photo of mine, not yours.
Yes.
Oh, because AI. Oh my gosh, what a good idea. Privacy. Wow. Wow, it's very cool. Wow. That BSOP is next level tournament. Right, look this. I've never seen like this. An AI photo. And winner showdown.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
You're trying hard.
So many new ideas.
Folding, Moraes, Folding, Hugo.
Gosta disso, né? Muito massa.
In a couple of years, when we will have like the winner showdown, like the entire world, we will remember. It starts in Brazil.
Okay.
Once again, I really like the feature that we have, like with the microphones on the television table. It's good to feel the vibes that they have in a moment like this. Sometimes I feel like we have tables that even with like 9 or 8 players left on the field as we have here now, they are like really quiet and like no contact, no towel, like let me just in my little bubble. And sometimes we have tables like this where we have some talking going on. Of course, that some of the players are feeling a little bit more quiet and holding all the information they can, but it's good to have some good vibes.
It's strange because like I was a professional poker player like since like when I was 18. And now I'm the other part of the table.
Yeah, Hoffa's got the best of both worlds. He said he's on the other side, more like a businessman, CEO of BSOP. He's also still playing the biggest tournaments in the world, and he's here with a chance to win another title as he is at the final table. So kind of fun. You get to do both, right? Work and play, and playing less poker, I imagine, but still at the highest level. As Masato going to be laying claim to this pot. Got the 6-deuce gutter. Backdoor diamonds, much better flop than 10-8. And he's certainly calling. Nice to just call. It doesn't need to raise here, although he has 6 high. It would be nice to shed some hands, but he also just has chances his opponent might have nothing and slow down, and he also has a chance to hit. Like that's a nice card. Opponent misses, and he now has a flush draw to go along with his gut shot.
Cool river. Let's see if the cool turn. Let's see if the river is gonna help him as well.
Well, this might end here because small blind bet got called 10-8 off, no way to improve, and I mean the 10 or 8 wouldn't even be top pair necessarily. So this is probably going to be where Masato wants to take it down, although he does have a lot of equity.
Check. Masato.
And I think Masato probably going to be betting something here. The thing is, he's only got 7 blinds, right? So is it all of it, or does he take the free one? These guys are both very short.
Well, his heart is doing okay.
Yeah,
At least.
not
I guess.
not crazy. Pretty
that
pretty
okay?
regulated, yeah. We saw some 120, 127s yesterday.
Jesus.
Yes.
I know, like Gabriel, when he was doing that last all-in call that he had with Ivan, right? Was it against Ivan again? I guess it was. Anyway, last time that we saw Gabriel, he was at 108. So again, cool feature. Love to talk about people's heartbeat and be like, your heartbeat is so high. Let's see what's going on. When in fact, like mine is almost coming out of my throat as long as while I'm seeing that. I'm as nervous as they are. Like I remember that. No, I'm not as nervous as they are, to be honest. I'm just like, because it's not my money on the table, but I am really excited to see what they're gonna bring here. And I remember that during BSOP 1, it's a special edition that we have throughout the year. You're gonna see it not in our stages through the year, but it's a special edition that we have with some of our clients, some of the business people, and yeah, it's a great type of tournament that we have. And I remember that we also have these really emotional moments where sometimes some people like need a specific card, and I will never forget the first time that I did like a very spontaneous, loud fucking scream on the live stream because that river was insane. So yeah, that's the kind of thing that we're gonna bring you, and yeah, super excited about it. For Masato, how would you like deal with this game now? Because Masato was when we saw that the winnings, the accumulated winnings, Masato was in a slightly good position. He was going higher, like 35K more, if I'm not mistaken, and now he's a little shorter on stack. What would you do in this situation?
Yeah, I think, again, the blinds are big, so this is going to just kind of rotate around there. I do think he had an opportunity to make an aggressive move there, obviously with a gut shot, a flush draw. You can't blame him for checking to take the equity. It's a little unfortunate there. He had a 6, a deuce, a diamond, a 5 were good, and he ended up showing down 6 high. I think he would want to maybe at some point have played that differently, but I actually, again, it's easy when you see the opponent's hand. Oh, he has 10-8 high, you're going to bet and win. His perspective, his opponent might have ace high and not fold. His opponent might have had something he was trapping with, and he got to see free cards. So it's easier. That's the thing I do as commentary, trying to be indifferent to. You got to be careful because you see what the opponents have. Oh, it's easy to kind of make the perfect play for the moment. So easier, it's safer here than in there. So I think he's playing well, and obviously that's a close spot. I would like to ask Brian about that one, as we will have him here shortly. That's a pretty interesting place, spot. That would be one to talk about with Brian.
Yeah, that's right, because Brian is here already. So I'm gonna say my not goodbye, but see you soon to you guys, because we have Brian already on spot here to start commentating with us. I'm super excited to have him here again. I know that you guys enjoyed it a lot yesterday, and he'll be here until he decides that he wants to play some of the tournaments that we got. So we're gonna have Brian in every possible position here today. So I'll see you guys soon, and I'm gonna do some like interviews in there. So check it out, stay tuned, and I'll be back soon.
Ate logo. Ate logo, right? Is that Ate logo?
Oh,
yeah.
I even thought he was the director in my ear, but it was you.
Yes.
I love that he speaks Portuguese. That's cool. See you guys.
Ciao.
Tô se matando.
Não, aqui ele está fazendo 4, 8, 12, 16, 980. Foi o raise dele. Disca, fold.
Ele não usou.
Mudar, né?
Hã?
Ele não usou.
13 blinds.
Tava errado.
Yeah.
Ok.
Hey
13
guys.
blinds.
Ok.
Agora, comecei com 6.
Yes. Am I live? Okay.
Hello. Looks like we're ready to go.
Mike, check 1 2 1 2. We got King Rast here. Czar Rast, he's known as.
Sunny São Paulo.
We are on a sunny day. We got 8 left, Rast. No one is busted. I know last night the bubble took a long time.
We're back. I didn't miss too much.
You did miss a ton. We're 8-handed. I do have a hand I want to talk about that just happened a second ago. But last night, how was that bubble?
So we did break the bubble, actually. I believe when I left Maria, I think it was 9. And she probably went like another hour. It was almost 3 a.m. here.
Wow.
And they play late. And then we're on a delay, obviously. But yeah, it was 9. So there's only one person. I mean, they broke the bubble, but it's only been one person out from when I've been here. And how long have you guys been going today? Like an hour or so? Or?
Yeah, probably about an hour.
Yeah,
so
maybe even a little more.
We've seen a couple doubles. Ivan Luka just got cooking. He hit a nice spot with ace-queen suited versus Machado, the Portuguese player who flatted Jack-10 suited in the small blind. It was King-9, 2 diamonds. They got it in. Ivan doubled through the chip leader. So he is, there you see, he is, there's the aggression frequency high. He also is chip leader. And the 2 Brazilians are 2 of the short stacks. We got a risk premium situation. We have like a 14, 13, 11, 11 stack. And then we have a big stack and then a couple middling stacks right now. So that's...
Also, just to explain to you guys the aggression frequency. You're not counting folds, but it's times where you take an action. It's a bet or raise versus, I believe, call or fold, right?
Okay, yeah.
But you're not counting checks.
Got it.
Yeah.
There's a look at that. That is a interesting statistic, and we've seen a few double ups here. We just saw a hand about a 9 blind and a 7 blind stack. Masato, the YouTuber, the Japanese player. You saw him last night, right? For a while, you were.
Yeah.
He had 6-2 suited, and the board came 4-4-3. The small blind, the player from Czech, he had 10-8 off, so it was 4-4-3, 1 diamond. It went check, and then Masato had the gut shot with the backdoor flush draw check behind. He has only 7 big blinds, and the Czech player has.
What does he have, like ace-5? Or?
He has 6-2 suited of diamonds.
What are they, blind versus
blind? Blind versus blind, limp in. The small blind has 10-8 off with 9 blinds, and he has 7 blinds with 6-2 suited, but it goes check, check. Then the turn was a jack of diamonds. The player with 10-8 off checks. So now he has gut shot, diamond draw, and he checks back. And then the river was a brick, and it went check, check. So he ends up losing the hand, but he had a chance, I think, on the turn. Of course, ICM's high, but maybe time to rip it or to do something, put some bet, I don't know. Easier said than done.
That's a lot of equity.
Yes. That's also, you don't want to bet, you can't bet fold, so. Anyway, that was just now.
Spot. I want to say, going back to the aggression frequency, while that stuff is interesting, and I actually kind of like that they post it, you got to be careful about stuff like that because of, let's call it sample size. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about not that many hands, and usually stats like that are something that start to become relevant once you have, a reasonably large number of hands. Because, I mean, think about it. What if you just ran bad and never flop anything and, like, have to fold a decent amount? Your aggression frequency is going to be low, but it's not necessarily because you're not aggressive. It's just because you might be running bad. So, you generally need some time for that stuff to really play out and be like super indicative of like how aggressive somebody is. But it's kind of fun to show it both, to give a little taste for like maybe these kind of things that professional players think about or look at, and get used to stats like that. But yeah, anyway.
Very cool. I agree. And also, Rast, I don't know if you realize this because you're not a social media Twitch guy, YouTube streamer, but I will say, as someone who started channels, pretty cool. We're starting a historic channel here on BSOP English. We had about 8 viewers yesterday, not much. We're already up to record. We have 73 people on right now, and the channel is literally from nothing. So we had that's off of, there's 100 total subscribers, and we have 73 live tuned in right now. So kind of a big deal. It's kind of fun to build something, and there we go. We're off and running. We got Brian Rast here, Jeff Gross, Maria Ho joins us later. Isadora obviously was on, dropping some knowledge. She'll get some interviews over there. We got the Portuguese stream with thousands on.
I kind of think Medi's going to bluff here quite a bit. I mean, I feel like he doesn't get to the river that often with a hand that doesn't play, that didn't bet already. Yeah. And, I mean, he's going to get raised by not the nuts, but like effectively the nuts in this situation. Hand makes kind of a lot of sense. I mean, Medi really could have found reasons to either just lead the flop or even bet the turn after check behind. Kind of interesting that Ruben checked back in 8 twice as well. But yeah, this kind of got Mehdi to take a part of his range that happened to get here this way and bluff, but hand's going to be over soon.
Raise.
Going to go raise fold.
Yep.
Yeah.
Med. Folding. 600. 600.
I will say, Rast, being in the booth, especially when it's going on next to us, and it's got to be good, right? These are guys you'll play with again. Here, it's kind of nice to be like dialed in, immersed. It's different than just clicking through some stream. You're actually watching and seeing. I will say, I feel ready to hop in myself. I'm pretty in tune to these guys, and it's fun. It's fun. There's been some interesting plays so far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you could get a lot of this just by watching. Obviously, doing it is more interactive and you're more engaged.
You're locked
right?
in, yeah.
You could try to engage yourself the same way watching at home. I really can't do it, which is part of the reason why I actually do commentary. I just can't sit down and watch like 6 hours of a poker stream on like a really high level of engagement almost ever. So
Yeah, because listen, at home we got the viewers and the same thing. You guys, let's be honest. You're there, you're watching, maybe you're cooking, maybe you got a side thing up, maybe you're texting, maybe you're on the phone. It's fun, but it's true. There's different to be gridlocked and just focus fully watching and seeing every little movement versus scrolling through the highlights. But yeah, we're happy to have everyone, and we are going to be seeing Brian. And have you decided yet?
I'm playing the 150 tonight. I'm going to quit. I'm going to do the stream for a good 5 hours probably. Quit,
Nice.
probably, gym, dinner, and then hop in
GTL.
the 150 with like 2 hours left for the first bullet. And then if I bust, which I really don't want to bust.
You're not going to bust again.
But
dude.
then
You've done
my
that.
second bullet, I'll max late reg starting tomorrow, which is the end of reg, like the beginning of day 2. So I will be in this tournament at the start of play tomorrow on day 2.
Got it.
With how many chips, I don't know.
But you'll be in.
I'll be in. And I'll be doing the stream until then. And yeah, man, it's been very good for me so far. I mean, it's part of what, it's like my little poker camp. Come out here, play some poker, watch some poker, talk poker with you guys. It's a lot of fun, and I really think it keeps me sharp, right? Like, I haven't played a No Limit Hold'em tournament since July in the WSOP, right? It's a long time. I did a little bit of prep actually studying for this, and I could tell, I did like a couple sessions with, a guy who coaches me, a little bit of solver training, and I could tell on my first session when I did it with my coach how rusty I was. You don't play tournaments for 3 or 4 months. You forget it. Man, I've forgotten so much stuff in poker, right? It kind of feels like I've sort of learned, not everything, but like a lot, most things. But, you forget it when you don't use it. But it's also like riding a bicycle, right? I've played so much poker over so many years. And, once you kind of get back and a lot of these things, oh, yeah, this. Oh, okay, yeah, this is how ICM ranges work in this spot. And I don't know, it's fun. I mean, these guys, they're right where they want to be.
Yep.
They're at a final table. There's a bunch of money up top. You don't want to go out next, but you also don't want to blind down. I mean, this is like the most fun and dynamic part of a poker tournament. It's why, you play poker tournaments.
Yeah, it's what's different than cash games. You can't get this type of excitement. You don't get this chance, and you get to be in for the min, and, well, depending how many bullets you're in, but you get to be in for not a lot, for playing for a lot. I just looked, it was more in the direction of other people out in the tournament.
That was such a sick needle.
It was, well,
I know you didn't mean it.
I didn't mean to, but it was.
I'm also needling myself.
But we're going to see a winner today. That's the exciting part, and then there will be another tournament that we'll have coverage of. So full day again. The Portuguese, the 2 players from Portugal had the chip lead 1-2. Now some chips have come out of there, and Ivan Luca, who has got a nice stack with 2 5s in the hijack. One of those hands.
I think he's got enough chips that you start digging down into hands like this. Obviously, bad blocker effects, but reasonably strong hand. And I'm not sure what average is, but my guess 3 million, he's above average. I mean, remembering the chip stacks from last night. Wow, okay, so he passes. My guess is that was like fringe for him there. If he's passing 5s, my guess is he's playing 6s, definitely 7s.
Yeah. I think part of his thought process is, too, he's been pretty aggressive.
You know what? Dealer button covered him with 4 million. one reason not to play a bunch of hands. You're going to get flatted a lot by somebody in position. Some of the biggest factors there when you're in the hijack, you have a decent amount of chips. It's like, who am I raising into? Where are the chips? In particular, the dealer button and the big blind are the two most important from the hijack. So, like, the way some of this stuff works with ICM is like, the dealer button, it's not that he's necessarily going to be 3-betting the hijack a ton, but he will be 3-betting some, but he'll be flatting a lot. He gets to flat a lot of hands because he covers, they're deep, so there's a high SPR, he's in position, and because of the kind of ICM pressure, they're both sort of incentivized not to play a big pot. Again, nice for a guy flatting like weaker hands who has position and covers. So it's kind of just a good spot for the dealer button, probably just getting into like maybe why Luka ultimately passed the 5s. But really, to me, that was a very fringe decision.
All right, ace-4 suited. That's a fun one. One of those potential hands you can do a lot with if you get played back at.
Now he's got a stack where he's got to play tight, but ace-4 suited has really nice blocker effects going for it, right? And because you don't want your range to be so wide, you don't play some of the weak offsuit aces, but people end up opening pretty low down into the suited ace region. Let's see if Mehdi goes to ace-4 suited.
Yeah, he raised.
Yeah, he did, right? Yeah. Which... Oh. This hand might be good enough to just... Wow. It's kind of... If Hugo had 30 blinds or more, it's much easier. With this many blinds, I mean, he's really in... If he loses an all-in pot, it's almost all his chips. It is a close decision here between, I think, call and jam.
Yeah, really, depending what you believe of your opponent, how wide they're going, how tight they're going to play here, you can maybe adjust a bit, but we are going to see a... Ooh. Wow. Okay, well, yeah, this is not the dream flop for Machado, and Mehdi with the ace-4 suited has the nut flush draw.
Yeah, he has a lot of equity. Not that he wants to get all in, but he does want to pick up the pot. There's 460K in the middle. I mean, that's over a third of his stack. It's tricky. If you bet this, you can't fold.
Yeah, and Machado had ideas of different flops, although there is that Queen of Hearts. I mean, ace-jack suited will be the best hand still sometimes as it is, but...
I think versus a small bet size, he's definitely peeling, but Mehdi did not go small. Looks like Mehdi went, I mean, what is that, over half pot? A 540, 460, yeah, he bet 280 into 460. I think versus this side, ace-jack backdoor is probably pitching with ICM pressure, right? I mean, like, what are you really hoping to do at this point? I mean, it definitely, here's the thing, for like a third pot or less, pretty sure he's peeling. But this size, yeah, you're just kind of out. It feels gross though. It feels like, how am I? But it's just one of the things, once the bet sizes go up and up and up, and your defending frequency obviously has to go down. Especially with ICM pressure.
Thank you.
Yeah, these guys have got their money's worth here. 9-handed, 10-handed, or 10 left, 9 left. It's gone a long time. They've only lost one player. I mean, how many hours has that been of play? The bubble must have taken a few hours. Right? Was it 2 hours, 3 hours? I mean, I left and it was 8 or.
Yeah, I left.
9. I'm sorry, I left. It was 10. I think when I left.
Well, the pure bubble. I mean, I left. It was 9, and it didn't break till today, right? So
No, well, it broke. No, they came in at 8. Came in at 8.
So it didn't last. The pure bubble didn't last too long then.
Okay. Here's 9s again for Medi. We saw that interesting set of 9s. Remember Hoffa? Marias ran off the queen 10 on the 10-9 flop. It ran out spade, and it's had 9s of bunts. And this is
and then,
Tavares.
Like the next hand, he flopped 9s full. Remember? In a 3-bet pot against ace 3.
9 deuce deuce. Versus in turn 3, yeah.
It was versus Hugo, actually.
Ooh, ace jack off, so he gets out of the way. Tavares gets out of the way. That was the hand that would have tangoed. And not going to see a flip there. Saw one hand that Isamo played where he flatted king queen off to an under the gun raise off like 20 blinds, and the under the gun had like opened ace jack off, but he flatted king queen off in the small for like when he had 20 bigs against about the same stack. I thought that was a little loose. What do you like with king queen off there?
Man, I'll tell you what, playing the small blind in a lot of those spots is like really tricky, right? Like, do you have a flatting range at all, right? I mean, it can be really tough because what happens is like, if you're kind of incentivized to fast play all your good hands, then it's like when you flat, you're kind of just like adding juice to the pot for the big blind to squeeze. If you have like a good, tough, aggressive big blind, because like you have hands like king, queen off or like 6s. It's like, can you ever defend the squeeze? You know what I mean? OOP to the big blind.
Yeah.
Those spots, and then it's like, okay, well then what do I do if I'm 3-betting everything? Yeah, small blind can be really tough to play in a lot of spots, I think. I mean, like maybe the toughest position in some of these ICM spots, really, at least for me. So I agree with where you're coming from with that question, and sometimes there's just really tough answers.
Yeah. So would you prefer fold then, maybe in this scenario with the stack sizes, 20 blind against the under the gun raise when you have ace,
like under
king,
the gun
queen,
7 or 8.
under the gun 8.
Yeah.
King queen,
Pitch
20
it.
blinds, just
I think pitch king queen off. Yeah.
And just see a shove there with ace king for 13 blinds. Some players are going to open ace king, not shove 13 bigs. I don't know. I didn't see what position he was in exactly, but he did just open shove ace king. I guess not the end of the world. The downside is if you get defended by the big blind, it's not a great situation necessarily. But if you're opening up the action for someone to 3-bet or put pressure on you, so he just...
I mean, listen, there's good arguments either way. I'm sure it was ace king offsuit, probably,
it was,
right? Yeah. But it's like, so you want to have a shoving range and you need to have some good hands in it. And ace king off ends up being one of the best hands you would do it with in some of these shoving ranges, right? Once you get short enough. So, you know, do you do it with ace king off, or is just like ace queen your best? A lot of it depends on how many blinds you have exactly and what the ICM pressure is or whatever. And you could kind of debate some of the pros or cons both ways. But yeah, I mean, just to like argue for ace king off being in the range, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want to shore up the higher end of it. It's a solid 12 combos in there of a really good hand, etc. Kind of like makes it real tough for people like, now with like someone has ace jack, right? You're just adding in a whole nother hand that dominates you, and you can get the like ace 7 suited through or whatever too. So.
Oh, gonna get the 9s to shed. Under the gun +1, so. Yeah, ace, 2 9s go in the bin there.
Those to me were one of the like, just my personal poker progression of like how I felt like I played and like most people played like 10 plus years ago before solvers kinda, and then solvers, is just like as you get into these ICM spots, like how many even like middle pairs that you're used to like, 15 years ago you're like, this was a good hand. And now it's like some of them just get open folded in spots.
Yeah,
just like
7s or 8s under the
9s,
gun.
bro, at times. Not really open folded, but like folded to raises.
Yeah,
Like you see
no, but I'm saying under the gun, like 8s are like not
and
a.
just like,
it's not a great
wow.
hand.
Yeah, like that was something that I think solvers really, I mean, there's a few kind of these pre-flop hand classes that solvers came in and just like really shifted the way people play. I'd say like the middle pairs is one in ICM spots. And another one is just, I mean, you go back 15 years ago, dude, and like, people did not think a hand like King 7 suited was, you know, like that hand was just like not very good, especially compared to, oh, like, you know, 7-8 off. Just kind of like the way people thought about those two hands. And it's like, you can see King 7 suited in like somewhat tight ranges.
Yeah.
And it's like 7-8 off is like, yeah, maybe you're opening it from the button. You know what I mean? I'm not saying people thought it was a great hand back in the day, but there was just, in particular, some of the suited kings. So if I had to pick out the two hand classes, the middle pairs and then suited kings being hands that solvers really shifted how people valued them. Oh, wow.
The Rockets. Tier 1, hand rank 1.
Unfortunately, this hand's probably not going to see too much. Jack 4 off isn't really a hand. When you limp the small blind, you're generally thinking of putting in a lot of money versus aggression.
This is one where Mehdi's just praying he's got the ace 3 off, ace 4 off against this. Ivan is with the chips, knows he's going to have some limp raises here.
Praying as ace 4 off, bro. If you're going to pray, how about I pray he's got ace queen off, ace king off. I might fucking win all of them.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a, yeah, I guess prayers is.
Yeah, you know, we're going to go ahead and ask the big fella. Let's ask him for something.
For something, oh yeah, a real cooler. Ace king. Yeah, but just for some more chips. Ace 4, you're going to get a few more chips.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you're right. That's the jugular. You're looking for the whole deal. Ivan just absolutely having a great start to the series. BSOP. He's taken a second and now one of the chip leaders. I believe still chip leader here. So looking to add to his very nice start. 8 left, man. No one has gone home. There's been a lot of doubles. We saw a lot of double ups yesterday. We saw some crazy chops, doubles, and Hafa got in 5s to 8s. Was going to be out with 12 left. I think he hit the 5. Folgy, a lot of Folgies going on.
Wow, there were 2 sub-10 big blind stacks there, and like might have been the cutoff from the hijack. Some shorties. That's putting some pressure on the mid stacks.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's there's definitely stuff happening here. Ivan just wants to go there, but he can't quite. King 6 off, small blind, queen 10. Got a new look here from the Moroccan. He's got the glasses and hat. Yesterday was just kind of letting it all out there. Now
he's got his final table gear on now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. This is the game day.
Yeah.
Okay, ace 8. People playing a little careful. I mean, listen, that's a reasonable check back, but
this is an interesting hand. You know, do you raise here? Do you not? I mean, definitely don't want to get limp re-raised. Pretty reasonable spot, maybe to not apply pressure. But
oh, hello. It could go a little bit his way. Although queen 10 maybe just with the 1 bet and not going to lose too much here. Likely going to come in for a min bet, I would guess. Could check, I guess, but I think he'll bet. And little cause for pause. Flop the Stone Cold Nutter Butters, ace 8. That man's hand here, though. Not 2 pair. This is a boat, a house.
It's also, I mean, having an ace and an 8 both also makes it pretty likely that Mehdi doesn't have anything. I mean, it just raises the chances of that quite a bit, right? So competing interests of blocking more, but then also, I mean, your hand is so good, you obviously have the nuts.
He just comes right on and raises it, rest.
Yeah, he's trying to win as big a pot as possible, and he's going to find out, unfortunately. I can't see Mehdi continuing with this. Kind of annoying to fold it, you know, 2 overs to the 8 this, but yeah, I just got to let that one go.
Kind of let him
that
off,
annoying.
Let him off the hook, but I guess, you know, contrarian, most people would not raise. I guess there is the upside of that if your opponent does have a flush draw or somehow has
An ace,
the
an
ace
8,
or
just like a pair of 9s or something.
yeah.
Yeah, you immediately can win a bigger pot.
Yeah, also you kind of, a thinking player is not going to put you on the ace-8, right? That's not an immediate thought. So, yeah, a little bit of trickeration, but looks a bit silly though once you lose your opponent who is leading into you and you have the full house. But again, there's a thought process behind it. Still 8-handed. We've lost 0. No one wants to go home. These are the bright lights. They're in Brazil, São Paulo. Just enjoying it, taking it in. Nice start for them. This is going to be 1,575,000 reais to first, 210 guaranteed. So yeah, about a double min cash from 20 US, about 40.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think most people are calling there most of the time, but it's not a spot that I have a particularly strong opinion on, and like raising seems fine as well. Curious if a solver would mix, for example.
This could be our first. We saw a little flash of some hey over there. The raise, the king versus 8.
Oh wow, he's all in. That's
problematic. Our YouTube friend, who is 3rd on all-time Japan money list, like 3.7 million earnings, and Mehdi just thinking about.
I mean, he doesn't even have 10 blinds. Like 605 is not that much, but he's ran into it.
Yep. When you get called there, expecting to see a flip a lot, don't want to see the big pair. That is the situation. 8-8. Feels powerful still. Heart rate. This man's cool as a cucumber. He's at the 70s, low 80s all day. Ooh, the ace comes. 10 and a 9. A couple sweat cards. No one has a club, but.
Wow, that's interesting to know. He just doesn't care about the gambling aspect of it.
Yeah.
He doesn't get
little bit of.
The queen is no good, so only the 7.
But helps. Goes from just an 8 to extra possibility. So he'll take that turn. Oh. All right. GG to the man, the Masato Yokosawa, who is a YouTube legend. He's got over 1 million subscribers there. He's put a lot of time, effort into his game and poker, and great to see him here making the trip to Brazil, and sure we will see more of him throughout.
I didn't know you were so disciplined.
Depends on my mood.
Down to Sechi. 7 left, 56 started.
Your gambler mood?
It's my nose. I play by I know everything that you know, but sometimes I don't.
There's a look at the room. One of 2 big rooms here. About 100 tables there. Pretty crazy how poker has come along here as we see the chip counts. And Ruben Amorim is your chip leader.
Some separation up there.
Yeah. A couple really short stacks. 13, 11, and 9. Then we see the mid stack 20, and then the top 2, top 3 kind of healthy.
Yeah, they're the trailers. They're within striking distance of the top, but with a significant, only 2/3 as many chips actually, basically exactly. So significant separation.
Yeah. Yeah, short stacks.
Kind of an interesting composition here.
For sure.
You know, at the start of this final table, when it was exactly 9, they went to 9. It was like there were 4 guys with 2.2 million, 3 guys with like 1.1, and 2 guys with like 700K, and those were very close. It wasn't like a much separation. I think like the 2.2 guys was like 2.1 to 2.5.
Yeah.
And the 3 guys at 1.1 were literally all like 1.1. The 700 where they were within like 80K of each other, so it was like 3 bands. So it's definitely separated out some, coming to 7 here, a lot more than 3 bands in terms of the chip situation.
Yeah, so this is that spot almost exactly. The ace queen, it's sort of, do you want to 3-bet? Maybe because the chip leader, yes, sometimes you'll see people flat. It's like a kind of an awkward one to, it's like you're not bluffing, but you don't want to get 4-bet at the same time. It is the chip leader who we know is going to open wide. So I do.
No, it's not that. It's Hugo. He's only got 18 blinds.
Oh, no, it's not the, I'm sorry, it's the other.
But
I'm sorry, it's the other.
It is a stack that you want to put pressure on. What I would say is that you're a little bit less excited putting pressure on him opening under the gun. Right?
Yeah.
At a 7-handed table.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was the other Portugal player who was chip leader.
This is a tricky spot. I mean, I guess, wow, ace-5 suited, is he going to rip? And ace-queen off, is he going to call? I don't know that I 100% know the answer. I mean, I guess I'm leaning towards he probably calls, but...
Oh, wow. This man, he's got heart. And I think he is going to call quick because I don't think he's 3-betting ace-queen and folding.
Fold, right?
So I think that he made up his mind.
I
Oh, he folded.
He did fold, see?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
surprised
tough
by that.
spot,
You're right. That was a very, I didn't know either one could have done either fold to ace-5 suited or 3-bet and wow. Nice hand.
That's why ace-queen off isn't particularly tricky in that spot. Like, and you were saying that because it's like, yeah, you like to put pressure, you out-chip, you're in position, you get to put in a small 3-bet, has a very good return ratio, right? Like, there's 4.5 blinds in the pot, and you can put out like 5 blinds to win 4.5. But like, it's like ace-jack off, so much nicer to like 3-bet pitch there. Ace-queen is almost like
maybe just flat.
Also, with the ICM pressure, unlike a lot of chip EV spots, it's not like you're getting called by all these hands you dominate like normal. He's not just like peeling like king, like king-queen and all this stuff now with the ICM, and so it's tricky. I mean, he kind of like went for the, okay, I'm gonna like max exploit aggro, ace-queen, but man, these guys are
spicy.
They're spicy.
They're feisty and spicy.
They're not just like pitching the ace-5 suited here.
No.
You're like, oh, everybody knows you
ICM.
4-bet jam the 4-bet ice, but then you see so many people actually pitch it.
They do it. These guys fall through. Yeah, this is
Hugo was like happy to put it in.
No, he was ready.
Like, yeah,
absolutely ready. No, this is a tough final table. I said there's no businessmen or Rex made it here today. These are all younger battler kind of wizard like players, guys that have been around, but also mid-30s.
Hugo, I'll tell you, like I've been watching quite a bit of this. Hugo's impressed me quite a bit. Like he's a guy who there's a long stretch where he just wasn't getting hands and he's just playing solid, not trying to make anything happen. But then he's also been in there a lot of able to just be kind of like ballsy aggressive, creative aggressive, trying to win pots. Seems quite good. I don't know very much about him, but I've been very impressed.
Yeah, he has played well.
Now all the Portuguese I know, they're crazy. And the Brazilians, they got tighter than they used to.
They had to adapt.
Yeah, they
Too many years being crazy.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of exactly what I was talking about earlier. Like there's sometimes, maybe you move in with the ace-king off, and part of the reason you're doing it is so that for, what is this, like 12 blinds or 13 blinds? Like you can also have ace-7 suited, or like king-10 suited, and these other hands, and it makes it much tougher for your opponent to call some of their good but not like super, super top hands.
Uno más para Jetta Vares. Only pushing, only move, just drive.
Hugo bottom 6 small blind, Ivan Luca big blind.
Who's your pick to win right now, Rast? Looking at the chip stacks, you've seen a lot of them play. Looking at the position at the table, if you had to just choose someone right now.
I mean, I think I gotta take the guy with 4.2 million chips. I mean, assuming that when we looked at that, it was only like 5 hands ago or something. I believe it's
Amarin, the Portugal guy, right? The other Portugal guy, Amarin.
Yeah, let me look his word.
Ruben, this guy.
Ruben. But I mean, I will say this: like, if you're kind of like, give me a dark horse pick who, you know, other than Ruben, yeah, I'll go with Hugo. Again,
You're just all Portugal. You're ready for Cristiano in the World Cup.
He's got a solid chip stack and been playing. I like how he's been playing.
Okay, well, this is a fair fight. He's been patient. This guy won a World Series bracelet last summer to the Czech player. 2 non-Brazilians again. A lot of representation here out of Brazil in the high rollers. We've seen only 2 made this final 8. And Ivan Luca with jacks covering. And there's a queen in the middle. We've seen him turn sets like it's easy this trip. Like it's literally like a favorite. He's done it twice in all ins.
No, it was 3 in a row yesterday.
Was it 3 for him?
He lost one of them because he won 2, but then he lost.
Yeah, he got
one.
the third to 10. So now he needs a lot of help. This is a 2-outer. Maybe a jack was burned. They're saying 1-outer. Ooh, paints. Little had a double take. King not gonna do it. Ace queen double. We'll see the double. Still 7. This one's really going.
É um nick de criança de 12 anos.
Criança de 12 anos.
Is there any table that you've seen, like your final table you played, where it's just never? It felt like it would never end. Like everyone doubled all the whole time. It lasted like some crazy amount of time. Does anyone stand out in your career? Just, I mean, you play a lot of final tables, but was there one that was just absurd?
I've definitely had that feeling before, but I
can't pinpoint which tournament.
Yeah,
I remember the one I had that 10K PL08. I ended up getting 5th, but there was like 25 all-ins. Like from where it went, like there was first and second had all the chips, but the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, like it was just a round robin of doubles and carnage, and no one went out forever. But yeah,
I don't know what it is. I mean, dude, I'm 44, and I have made quite a few final tables over the years, right? And it's just at some point, you know, I just don't remember almost anything about final tables from 10 years ago, other than like the really big ones.
Right.
Right. Obviously, it's like
super high,
the
500K, the 500K.
I'm never gonna
one.
forget the hand like trick it. River quads on my
flop, not flush, ace 10 of diamonds,
yeah,
first
you know,
threes, yeah.
or some big spots like that. But then, you know, it's just like what happened in some random 10K or 25K or I don't know. Like
for sure.
I don't remember anymore.
To be fair, the summers blend together too. You start wondering what happened, what year, who was there. It gets a little fuzzy.
So I mean, like those questions, that question's like specific enough. It's going to be hard.
So I'm here to stump you, Rast. I'm not just giving you.
I will say
stuff.
I am pretty sure that this summer's my Raz win, I'm pretty sure hit 2 kind of like, you know, not too obscure checks. One being the longest I've ever played heads up at the end of a final table, and the second being the most times I was like down to like life support and then went on to win at the final table. I think it was like at least 3. Where I was down to like a big bet, and I needed like 2 or 3 doubles to just let
just to breathe,
just to get back. So I mean, that was a crazy ride. That's those 2 things, just longest heads up, most times like super short, and then I've had times where I've been short, and then I think there was one tournament a couple years ago where it's like I was down to like nothing with like 15 left. And I ended up having a run and then got 3rd or something, you know what I mean? But yeah, this one just being down to dust like 2 or 3 times and actually going on to win.
Mas não dá para falar.
King 5 of
Yeah.
suited maybe.
At the final table, he's pretty strong. Like I remember specifically, there was a moment where we all agreed to take dinner, and we're going to dinner, and I have like one big bet, and I'm like, hey guys, can we play another couple hands? And I think we agreed, and I like doubled twice, and then we took dinner, or whatever it was.
That's awesome.
Eu devia, neste caso, fazer 470, era o que eu queria fazer, mas eu fiz do...
Happened.
No,
Pior é
it
que
was
eu-
obvious
pior é que eu-
meant the same.
The problem is
Yeah,
I
I
thought,
didn't even like mean raise.
I thought you made it 4 big blinds.
You know, I think one of the guys, I'm pretty sure, Yuri was at that final table, who's obviously he's Brazilian. I believe he lives in Miami now, but he, you know, he plays. Listen, Yuri plays everything. I mean, he plays the 50K PPC.
He's one of the first people I saw here.
He's, you know, No Limit I think is his favorite game, and he loves No Limit, but he plays mix, he plays all the games. So I think he was at, not only at that final table, but was like, we were down to like 4 or 5 or something when that dinner thing came up, and he was one of the guys involved at that point. I believe he got 4th. So.
655.
Yeah, he's a tough customer.
Yeah, he's a great poker player, always friendly and kind of good attitude at the poker table, but he's a killer. I see him in the gym there like every day when I come in for I've been doing like 30 minutes of fasted cardio right when I wake up. I see him almost every day. He's in great shape. He's just, yeah, he's a guy to watch for sure. I mean,
he's not giving anything away.
Dude, he's young, and I mean, man, listen, it's him not just being like, okay, he's a great No Limit Hold'em player, and that's his favorite game, but dude, he's a great all-round player. Right? He's in there battling and the 50K PPC and all that. So
no, he's hitting his cold.
He's a poker talent.
Hitting his cold plunge,
poker talent.
Drinking tea in the afternoon like that. He's not giving anything away. I'm having my 3 cafe con leches and.
After 6 hands, we will have like 15 minutes break.
So yeah, definitely like, you know, if someone's gonna ask me, they're gonna be like, yeah, who's maybe, you're talking like one of the top Brazil poker, all-around poker talents, kind of. Yeah, Yuri D is in that conversation for sure. So say that right now pretty confidently here on a Brazilian poker cast.
Yes, agreed.
Probably very close.
No, any hits against 3 big blinds.
I think you're
Any hits.
like you have so much RP. Like,
Warning either way.
Well, because it's going to look bad, right?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Okay.
160. Ruben Paul, Gabriel Fold, Siska.
Obrigado.
Okay, got a bird's eye shot there. Nothing happening there. Next hand, 7 left, 56 started.
Café, por favor.
Hugo, colazione. Paul, Siska, colazione.
Got some newfound chips here. Ziska A7 gonna come up for an open, and that's a great point about the aggression frequency. You just don't really have a big enough sample in these type of situations because also player stack sizes dictate so much what they can do. They're not playing 100 blinds deep. They're playing 12 blinds, 15 blinds, 20 blinds.
Yeah.
So it's tricky to go off of that.
And yeah, also just for people out there, like, I know there can be this conception, oh, it's like all that super short blind play. Oh, this is like, listen, there's more intricacies happening in a lot of these tournament spots overall than like cash. Because sure, I'm not trying to say like, oh, cash game poker is simple, but it's kind of like at some point you're like, oh, okay, everyone's got like 200 blinds and it's static. There's no like dynamic ICM or even really like that much of dynamic stacks to a certain extent. And it's just kind of like, this is the setup, right? And it's like you learn that setup and then you adjust for people and that's kind of it. And it doesn't really change. I mean, tournaments are wild because it's like at some points early on the tournament, maybe in large fields after you break the bubble, you're kind of playing just chip EV and then just like varying amounts of ICM pressure and then also like totally varying stack size. Like at one moment, you know, you're kind of, you either have or your opponents have like 15 blinds or 10 blinds. And so it's like, what do I do in these spots? And then other times where, you know, you've got 30, 40, 50, 80, 100. So it's, you kind of need to know everything with dynamic pressure, you know, ICM situations, which adjust, you kind of like, maybe either you're putting on a lot of pressure or you're playing tighter or whatever it is. So, you know, it's like, I'll just say it, like tournament no limit hold'em is more difficult than cash no limit hold'em. And not to say that, you know, cash games aren't great and an amazing part of poker. It's something, the whole first 10 years of my career, I was basically a cash game player, right? I love cash, or at least used to, more than tournaments. But like, I don't know, tournaments are kind of more interesting from, and they're harder, right? And so it's like, you don't look down at 10 big blind play or 15 big blind play. There actually can be a lot going on. You know what I mean?
Masato Yokosawa here with us at the final table of the 100K Super High Roller at BSOP Millions 2025. You made it to the final table now. You participated off the 50K High Roller as well. How do you feel your improvement in your gameplay here from the first to the second day, making it now to the final table?
I was actually lucky, but I was not improving because I busted ace. I mean, I made 2 final tables 2 years ago when I was here, and this is my first final table this year. And like average stack was very, very short on final table. It was very crazy. Like when we started the final table, average stack was like 30, 40 bigs, but nobody bust for like last 3-4 hours, and everybody had a short stack like 20 bigs, 25 bigs, and it was very swingy. So you know, I think I did my best, and just, you know, I had no hand and I couldn't win all in. So yeah, I think, yeah, I improved, yeah.
I'm glad to see your improvement because you were also in the ITM. I hope to see you more in more final tables here at our BSOP Millions 2025, and I'll see you soon.
There's a listen. Isadora giving us a nice glimpse into the mind of the man, the YouTube guy who just is everywhere. He's everywhere, and as I mentioned, very, very much respect to him for playing at the highest level, also putting out some of the best content, right? It's not easy to do. It takes a lot of time and effort to study and practice and compete, travel, but then also to put out the content. I have a lot of respect for that, and it seems like he's consistently growing and innovating within the space. So great to see him, and I'm sure we'll see him at the higher buy-ins as well.
I feel really fucking bad. Now I feel bad. I really thought it was like 4 big blinds.
All in. All.
Again, shout out to everyone. 73 watching right now. And there is a prompt on the screen. See if everyone can vote if you're subscribed to BSOP English or not. I am. I just replied yes. And we are going to have a winner today. That trophy. Nice looking trophy, Rast. I was saying, you got a nice little trophy collection. I got a lot of trophies too, but mostly from soccer as a youth.
Dude,
growing up.
Man, my nicest trophy, I think, is like busted. Krishna was playing soccer in the house, and I believe the one from the Super High Roller Bowl, which is my biggest win, the 500K, the first one.
Yeah.
I believe a ball hit it, and it fell over and just like kind of busted it.
Never
Tried to
lucky.
take it to a trophy place, and they were like, "No, we can't fix it."
We're out on that. Yeah.
So, and then the 50K PPCs, they don't give you a trophy.
Oh, they don't give you that?
No, there's like they do have the Chip Reese trophy, and they like inscribe names on it.
Oh, I didn't realize
they
you
don't.
could-
They never give it to you.
That's insane.
Even when you're.
That's actually
'cause
insane.
They only have one.
But that's
But
insane.
they don't also give it to you for like a year. Like you don't hold on to it. They keep it. I feel like maybe at some point a long time ago, maybe they did that and they stopped, or I don't even know. But
That's
I've
actually
never got it.
insane. That's
Yeah.
like the craziest thing I've ever heard.
I actually have very few trophies, despite the fact that I have one like a pretty
Some
high.
pretty-
I mean, you know, the bracelets. I have
Look,
bracelets.
I
They
would
give you
be.
those.
I don't know if this is cheesy or not. If I were winning the 50K Players Championship multiple times, I'd have one created. I'd make my own one. I'd put it up there. Like, oh, why? Come on.
Well, in my house, that I don't have a trophy case technically yet. In my house, that will never be finished.
Right.
I believe. No, it will be at some point. There will be, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Well, but listen, we're
I'm
going
not
to.
actually playing that many tournaments anymore, so.
Yeah, well, listen, speaking of that, someone's going to get that beautiful trophy. We are going to take a brief break. We're going to be back in 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will see you here on the BSOP English edition of the stream. Brian Rash, Jeff Gross, we'll be right back.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Welcome back, Jeff Gross, Brian Rast. We are here. We're going to see a winner. The 100K Day 2, that is in Reais, of course. Rast, a lot of money on the line, $1,575,000 going to the winner. Everyone guaranteed 210, and we have lost a player already. You made your pick. You said who you thought was playing well and who was the favorite. Obviously, the chip stacks, some short stacks, a couple medium and a couple bigger stacks. But there's a look at Rafa Marias, the CEO of the BSOP. GM Walter known online, and another look at some of the players there. And we are going to get into the action. We're going to go ahead and see who can close this out. There will be a dinner break today as well, and then I know the 150K starts. But yeah, Ras, any change in thought?
Who's your pick, JG?
All right. Thank you for asking. I am going to go with Rafa Marias.
Okay.
I think he's going to come from the back of the pack. He's just cool, calm, collected, and home soil. Home soil. Feeling good about him. That's a dark horse. He's a short stack. That wasn't one of the top stack picks, but I like his game, and he's been quiet. Those ones got to worry about, Ras, the quiet ones. They just kind of they dodge, duck, bob, weave, and then they go. Ivan Luka also impressive. He's on his second final table in a row, so in good form.
Real G's move in silence like lasagna, okay?
I don't know about, what is that, the reference to lasagna? I've never heard that, but I have heard about ninjas. What does a lasagna do? Lasagna's
There's
quiet?
a silent G in lasagna.
Never heard that. I'm going to use that. I am going to use that. That's good.
All right.
I will use that. All right, everyone's coming back.
I didn't make that up, by the way.
That would have been really impressive. Silent G and lasagna. Wow. Didn't even get it, man. All right, here's a man that looks serious. This guy, I got to say, this guy looks like a tough competitor. He's got
a lot of Z's.
Too many Z's.
Three Z's in a name. That's like if you're playing.
That's Zinedine Zidane level. Yeah. It's up there. I mean, that's hard to do.
What's that game like Wordle? If his name was like an option in Wordle, it would be pretty tough to get there. Like the double vowel, a Z, a K.
Yep. And he is. Oh, is that all? He's all in, right? No, raised to. Okay, he basically raised committed, and that's gonna pick it up. No resistance. Smooth chip up. He is the shortest stack, 8. He has 1.3 million. And oh no, there's a look at. Sorry, Rafa is actually shorter, and so is Gabriel with 1 million. It's just they're by position, not by their chip stack. 4 million, your chip leader, Ruben.
I mean, Ruben, yeah, is just sitting up there at 4. Everyone else, like 1 to 2. Hugo there is in second, 2.5.
Okay, there's the blinds. A little more laid out for you. 10 blinds, short stack.
See if Ruben starts trying to put some pressure and get some separation.
Five, 4, suited, nice hand. Not at this juncture on the tournament. Not you're looking for the big cards.
No. This is
not the time.
Pitched.
That's level 1. Level 1 open the 5-4 suited. Not.
Bro, we're not playing a 200 big blind deep cash game here.
So I said that's a pitch. I said he's getting rid of it.
Very
it's
easy.
pretty hand, but not the time. There's a time and place, Rash, just like life, for everything. There's just this isn't the final table is not 5-4 suited.
Here we go. And yep, here comes the pressure. Wow, is that? Oh, a snap call? What do we got there?
Is that a pair?
I mean, it looks like it is, right?
It has to be. It's no face, no ace.
Yeah.
Is that 9s or 10s even, or 8s?
Oh,
ace 10. There is an ace in there, but dominating. He finds a nice spot. That could have easily been a live situation. Honestly, though, Tavares has run pretty well so far. He's been in multiple times. Can he do it again? He's in good position to start. Has to fade the Oito or some straights. And good start. Very good start.
Wow,
Queen would end it.
He's looking for an 8. Next best card would be a 7 or a 9, because it gives him a gutter.
10 is a dud for him. Now he needs the 8-8 only. Just about 7% of the time. Needs 3 outs, 1 to come. And the ace, just in case. Got it. Double. Brazil staying in, staying strong.
And that pot was an equalizer. We took the guy with 4 million. You know, we snapped off about $1 million, so he's still the chip leader, but definitely moved right back down to the pack. And one of the shorter stacks kind of doubled into that higher kind of 2 million, you know, below the chip lead, but healthy zone. So had that pot gone the other way, we would have seen some separation now with Ruben going to 5, double second, you know, another guy busts, but
that's not the theme of this tournament today. No. Not today, not yesterday. It's just tight. It's compact. People don't want to get out of their chairs. 7 left. Lot to play for. Welcome in, everyone. Let us know where you're watching from. Got this historic second day of the BSOP English Edition stream. Brian Rast, Jeff Gross, Maria Ho will join. Zadora also been in the mix here. We've got a completely wide open final table. It is really anyone's to claim.
And this offers kind of a moment of like rich and diverse strategic complexity, right? Like, do you kind of sit back and let some people bust, but then, you know, you really risk not generally chipping down, right? But safely. And so you ladder a few times, but makes it much harder to podium.
Oof.
Or do you go for it? You know what I mean? But
and sometimes you're forced to go for it, because when you have ace queen suited off 13 blinds and you got Ivan Luka gonna 3-bet you, this guy can't believe what's happening. I mean, this is just absolutely a cooler. And Ivan Luka's been active. He's 3-bet ace 2 suited. He's got
but listen, the guy who opened has 12 blinds. Like, you almost can't make it 3 blinds and fold here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he did 3-bet the 8th place finisher with ace 2 suited off of 14 blind open. He did 3-bet ace 2 suited and fold. I mean, I don't think there's any path, honestly. I just see this as going in every time.
Sure, but even 14, 15 blinds or whatever is more than 12.
Yes.
But yes. And also, like, if you were going to 3-bet 12 and have like a fold, you wouldn't go like 3x.
I think
like,
this...
Right? Like, you'd go like 240 if you wanted to have like some hands, but also have some folds, I feel like.
All right, well, he committed himself all in. Ivan didn't make a meal of it. He just put the rest in, and he's going to see aces to ace queen suited. You just can't breathe when you see the aces. You're like, all right, have kings, have ace king. But when you see aces, you're just like, really? It's 7-handed. I've been patient, and I'm going to just get into the absolute, just the top range. Unreal.
Yeah, I think that emotionally sums it up pretty well, JG.
And that flop is not going to do much. Going to need the running king 10, running queen queen, running 3-4. See if he even gets a little sweat. But this is a very safe flop for aces. Ivan just doesn't have any emote. Just knows. There it is. The 6 is going to do it. Going to seal it all in. And there is a knockout. We are down to 6. And wait. Oh yeah, ace queen was all in, right? Ace queen was the one all in. That's correct. He's already out the door. That is nasty stuff.
O gráfico não vai descer mais. Né?
Well played by him. Nothing he could do there, really. I don't think you can fold, right? I mean, can you get 3-bet like just flat? I don't know. I mean, it's like.
No, I think that hand was
yeah, cooler.
Pretty standard. I mean, I would say that given the 3x and my opponent probably isn't folding, so his range should just be very strong and linear, really kind of like without quote-unquote bluffs. I wouldn't be, you're not like excited, especially with ICM about ace-queen suited, but then I also think like you need to defend your opening range, and ace-queen suited is good enough. Like you do only have 12 blinds, you know? And so, like if you're folding ace-queen suited, you know, what are you continuing with? You're doing all right. Against the range that gets it in, I mean, not great. You know, also I don't want to die on the hill of like he can't 3-bet fold there, but it does feel like to me, if you are going to have 3-bet folding ranges, like why not go like 240 or 250? You know, I mean, because making it 305, I mean, he's actually going a nickel over 3x.
To be fair, it's almost like it's actually kind of a cool level because like you want, it does look almost like you just would never expect him to have aces there, right? When you make it bigger like that, it kind of looks weaker in a way.
Well, that's also why, like, because he put specifically aces in that range, like, my guess is he didn't have, like, normally if you were going to have a smaller range, like, aces would be the value hand that goes in it, right? Like, at 240, and you also have, like, AJ off or something like that, you know, that you're folding to a jam.
Yeah. Shout out to VBet. Not really sure what that is exactly, but that is a title sponsor, and they are well placed everywhere. Have you heard of that? Is that a Brazilian thing, like I guess betting, obviously, but some sort of sports?
I'm not familiar with VBet.
Yeah, Yeah, VBet, there you go. It's pretty straightforward. And the cutoff, 10-5 off. No, Hoffa, I don't believe Hoffa's played a hand at the final table. Maybe he did play one or won a pot, but you know, he came in okay, and he's not won a ton of pots. He's on the shorter side. Hasn't really got dealt in. I don't remember him getting anything playable. Okay, ace 9-3. 9-7, 10-6. 9 makes a pair. This is, again, the widest ranges in poker, small blind, big blind. If you are looking to improve your game, somewhere you can really do some work on is small blind, big blind.
Just these are tough spots. Fun spots too, but
widest
tough.
Ranges.
Ivan deciding, looks like if he wants to fire the flop. A little 10-6 off. Looks like he passes the chance. So King X is a card that I think interacts pretty well with their ranges at this point. Obviously, they can have some hands with a king in them, and also a lot of those hands are checking the flop at a very high frequency. So it's definitely a relevant turn card in the sense of, like, does it change what my what either I can have or my opponent can have, you know, by basically giving a pair of kings, which is quite a strong holding at this point. You know, the way this hand's been played, how wide the ranges are, which gives Hugo, kind of point being, gives a pair of nines a bit more incentive to be careful. Maybe gives a 10 high at some point an incentive to bluff. I mean, if you're Ivan now sitting with 10 high, you kind of got to be thinking, what are the odds that it's a parlay of like my opponent has checked twice a hand worse than 10 high? It's not that likely. And if so, right, like would he check the river, you know, with like 8 high or worse? Like this probably doesn't happen very often. So like 10 high, realistically speaking, has very little showdown value. So it is a spot where like he could be beating bluffs here. He's also obviously losing to any value.
Does get out of the way. Yeah, I think he expects like any kind of wheel draw there, 5-4, something like that, to be betting at some point. So
some of those might have already bet, but
right.
Yeah, maybe like a nothing hand that decided to check twice, like 8 high. But, you know, anyway, interesting. Like we're seeing V bet again. This is like a really interesting kind of new development of what's happening, both just in general on the internet, but also very interactive with like the crypto world of like kind of decentralized tokens and whatnot. A lot of different takes on what the legality of it should be. I'm personally a bit more of a libertarian. I kind of believe people should do what they want and they're responsible for their actions. And I just like the idea of decentralized betting markets where you can bet on anything, sort of, whether it be sports or elections. And one of the great things about them is it's kind of an environment where you end up finding much smaller, let's call it rake. Like traditional sport books, I mean, man, they're taking like 5 or even 10 cents juice both ways. It's a little pricey and not really sustainable for anyone other than top professional bettors. Whereas a lot of like more, I feel like the competition with like these decentralized betting markets, whether it's VBet or, you know, Poly or Kalshi or all these places, it's going to drive it to like a cent kind of both ways, which is very, like, extremely reasonable. So I think it's kind of cool and exciting and a good direction. I know some people are maybe worried about it, but I don't know. I think people should be able to bet on things. Like it's fun, and obviously you can make a living doing it as well. So, you know, it's definitely skillful. You do have professional sports bettors or professional gamblers of all types, and in addition to just like people who like betting on their favorite sports team or whatever it is. And if people are going to do it, it's nice if they do it without paying some company kind of a ridiculous amount of juice.
Agreed. I think we're going to hear from Ease in a bit as well. We'll have an interview with the last player, Zednik, going out. That'll be coming up. But right now, we are still six-handed. Final 6 out of 56. Very deep now. About 10% of the field left. A7 small blind here for Mehdi. Someone impressed me. Made a great call for his tournament life. I mentioned yesterday with Queen 6 on a 6-7 board. Turn was a 5, and he called a bet, and then the river was a 10. Got jammed on, I believe, by Boynik, and he tanked and called off with a 6. Actually, he bet the river, got jammed on, and called it off.
I think you mentioned this. He blocked.
Yeah, but it was actually more of a. It was a bigger size. He bet like half his stack with like 15 blinds. He bet like it was like a weird hand. Then that's why I wasn't sure it was going to happen, and he did call it off. It was a little bigger than a block, but yeah, impressive hand. And here we go, A7, King 5. Hard to make a pair, no limit, Texas Hold'em. Neither player doing so. Ace high in the lead. King 5 has. It looks like got potential there. Ruben's got the double back door.
Feels like every hand is just blind versus blind.
It's been recently, yes. There has been a lot of that.
Yeah. All right. A7. This card might juice this up a little bit. King high makes a flush draw, and I mean, on a check wide range, turning a middle pair nut kickers. Got to feel good about it. I mean, kind of good enough on some runouts to bet twice, bet turn and river, I would say. I think King 5 of spades. I mean, I think really just call. I mean, King High actually might be the best hand. Wow, and so that's like the type of card, if you have Ace-7, I mean, you really couldn't ask for a better river. I mean, other than maybe a 7 or something, just because a 10 was already beating you, so. You know,
also more unlikely. It comes
unlikely just because our opponent checked back the flop, you know, and now here's a second 10, so you're taking one out of the deck. So, you know, Ace-7, plenty good to go for value again. King High, again, could be good. Let's assume Medi bets. King High could be good here. Don't think it's great to have spades or the 5. So your particular cards are not the best, I would guess. Having the 5 of spades in particular. Looks like he got paid off.
Yeah, nice hand.
One of those kind of like, yeah, again, you're beating bluffs, you're losing to value. You know, go in there and try to make a decision. And yeah, you can get in the weeds about how good this card is or bad this card is. But again, if there's ever anything like live read or opponent tendencies, you know, bet sizing tells, there's anything like that, all that stuff is like way more important, and you can kind of just, you know, that should dominate where, you know, you have a bluff catcher, you fold or call. All that stuff is more important than like small blocker effects almost always. So, you know, who knows? I mean, a lot of these guys have also played with each other multiple times, probably played with them, as you mentioned, online a bunch, right? Like these guys play online quite frequently based on the sound of what you've said about like some of the stars tournaments and whatnot, right? So yeah.
Exactly right. 10-8, not gonna play the button. Are we there again, Rast? Are we blind on blind? Dealer 10-8.
Yeah, I feel like he's not gonna. Yeah, he folded. Blind on blind again.
Mas eu já coloquei 100, né?
8-7, does he come with a limp or does he raise?
How much is I can't see. I mean, I don't see the big blind stack. He's got 17 blinds, Jack 9.
Oh, Gabriel, okay, the small blind already called. Yeah, it was a little delay on the graphics.
Yeah. Okay, pretty dry again. No one hitting much of anything. We got the Jack High in the lead and in position 7-8 though. Is gonna, looks like.
Jack High in the lead, slightly weaker range overall, having checked back the option as opposing to VPIP calling. But again, yeah, as you say, wide ranges, so you don't want to get too carried away with that. It's a slight difference. It's not a big one.
Okay, gonna come along.
Ooh.
Nice. Has some good turn cards. Also knows he can't just be winning. And there's a king that's actually helpful for him a little bit.
Yes and no. I mean, like, does he actually call a second barrel, though? Like, not really. Or you're just going to peel again with Jack. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I would guess he folds to a bet.
I'm just saying, and I'm saying more helpful in the sense that, yeah, he may get checked to, and it's nice. If he doesn't bet, it's nice.
Yeah, no, very nice, for sure.
So he actually has a decision. Does he want to bet or just check? But I guess if you float the flop, I would expect maybe to be betting here on a card like this if check two. I would just think so.
It's a dicey spot. Here's why. You might get a 4 or queen high to fold. That said, Jack high also just might be the best hand. You're not getting a 10 or better to fold, right? So you know, you can make arguments both ways. Check seems quite reasonable. You have the best Jack high. So we're beating Jack 8, Jack 7, right? Does Ruben bluff here?
375.
Yeah, I kind of like this too, especially with the deuce coming in. Like anything that had some kind of draw on the flop, a lot of that stuff got there. And we have 8 high now. So our hand is never good. Our opponent probably either had us beat or hit a deuce on the river or something. So
I want to. The one thing I do a lot of commentary, and I like to be careful of tonight. When you see the opponent's hands, it's so easy to kind of curtail your thoughts to what they are holding or what might work. But I just think flatting there, that's kind of the problem. You flat with Jack 9 on the flop, and then you get that turn, you get checked to. I think you're kind of looking to take it away on the turn in a lot of spots. I agree. I just think that if that's the case where your opponent's then going to be able to bluff you on the river, I kind of like just a small bet. Like, what do you think? 8 high or those nothing hands are going to probably just get fold there. You don't have to bet much. Like, what's the downside? You get check raised or something? I mean, I would just bet. I would bet small there, I think.
yeah, I agree. I mean, he could also call river, right? I mean, that's not like I don't think it's a given that just because our opponent bet. Like, here's the deal. Like, the best Jack high is beating every bluff. Our opponent is not like betting queen high.
Yeah.
He's maybe not betting a pair of 4s anymore. Like, you know, maybe like a 10 or better, a 4 maybe, right? Like, so I'm just saying, but there's a range of hands that beat us that aren't betting, especially queen highs probably. And like, you know, if he's bluffing, it's worse than our hand. So I'm just saying, like, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but also, like, a counter would be he can also, instead of betting turn, just call the river. Like, he's keeping the bluffs in, and now what he would have bet on the turn, you just call the river and win the pot.
Yeah.
So it's tricky. Poker is super tough and super tricky. These spots oftentimes don't have really clear answers. I do think that you can work it out and kind of figure things out. I'm not saying you can't come out with better plays. It's just tough.
I agree. I'm just thinking in my mind, if you're going to call flop and then it goes check, check, turn, I just think that's like I don't like that plan of call flop, check back turn, and then fold to the river. I like your plan better where it's either, you know, plan to maybe call the river or stab the turn.
I mean, the river's tough as well.
That's a tough call. I'm not saying that. Exactly. I think that's a much tougher course than to bet turn. Right. I'm not saying I would call there on Jack high as played. I'm just saying that's why I would probably bet the turn if I called the flop.
I would just say that, like, it's not that it's a bad idea to take down pots, but if like the main reason you're betting in a spot is to just clear out worse hands than what you have, it's not a great reason to bet.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not saying it isn't a reason.
Daniel
Anyway,
finishes in
let's
7th
hear that.
place on our final table on 100K Super High Roller here at BSOP Millions 2025. I want to ask you, how do you feel being in a final table in Brazil with so many different people, with so many different places? So how did you feel on this final table on that?
I was feeling very good. It was a very well structured tournament, so I really enjoyed. Yeah, a lot of very tough players, very nice tournament, very nice organization, so perfect.
Can we expect to see you in more high roller tournaments here at BSOP Millions?
Definitely, yeah. I'll probably relax a little bit because the last 2 days were really exhausting, and I'll probably hop into the next tournament.
I hope to see you again, and stay tuned. Stay tuned. Don't forget to stay tuned for more BSOP Millions here, and I'll see you soon.
Okay, we just heard from our 7th place finisher there. Isadora checking in again, mentioning international crowd. Only 2 Brazilians at this final table. That is got to be the lowest amount I would expect out of all these super high rollers. I would think there's going to be 3 to 4 or more because it's just such a predominantly Brazilian field. But it is getting more international. I think USA. That's one thing we got the English-speaking BSOP stream now, and hopefully more people will be alert to this series and how well run it is. I had a buddy come from Miami, first time in Brazil, and he was literally blown away. He was like, wow, this is insane. Like how well run it is, how nice it is, and the food and the service and just everything. So I think that's something that people just don't really know that are not outside of Brazil, and we are going to see not a good spot for Rafa.
I think he shoved over the low jack open. Yeah.
And yeah, we're cards on their backs. 10 sixes. Hearts are live. Diamonds are covered. So he's going to need straight or 6. There's the man, Ivan Luca, fresh off his second place. Going to get 6th or better here. And there's a 6 in the window. And Rafa, the Portuguese stream going nuts. This is twice.
Opa.
He's second time being behind with pair over pair. Not over yet. Some 7s, some 8s,
I mean,
diamonds.
it feels pretty over.
It's 84% of the time. There's a jack. That is a safe card, and now we are down to 2. And can he really just do it? The CEO, he can't believe it. He plays great, but hey, luck never hurt. A little Sorchi for everyone. And Ivan not going to show us emotion either way here. That's just going to be a double. 6 is full with style as Rafa will come.
There's your pick. How do you know?
I just know stuff, man. I mean, dude.
You're really connected.
I'm locked in. My energy's strong. And Ivan, literally, win or lose, this guy is stoic. Stoic. That is a nasty hand for Ivan, but a very good result. And actually, no other way to consolidate the field more. The shortest stack doubles for one of the... We are seeing Rafa. Look at this guy, man. He is, again, first ever Brazilian to score a 7-figure series cash online. He won I believe the Venom back in the day for $1 million plus. That was pretty cool. I think that was streamed, or his fiance at the time, now wife, Lala Torre, I believe, or was now Lala Marias, was streaming that, and she's now a streamer and ambassador for PokerStars as well. So pretty cool. Poker family there, man. I don't know if I want my wife playing poker. I've thought about it. I know if we know friends that have wives or girlfriends that play, and that's an intense relationship. You got to be pretty strong to do that.
I mean, it's very situational.
Of course.
My general feeling would be no way.
Right.
But I mean, if
in the right scenario, it would work well.
But I wouldn't want. Basically, it boils down to this: I wouldn't want my wife to have like a hobbyist interest in poker.
Yeah, you're either in or you're out.
My wife is like all the way in.
Right. If she wants to talk about solvers like ace-3 suited under the gun.
We're gonna sit down and study together today.
We're gonna talk poker, but you're not just gonna.
Like no,
you're not gonna dip your toes in and then be.
I'm gonna go gamble.
Yeah. No.
Nah, I'm
good. And then talk about it.
You have no
I don't. And then talk about it. I had Jack 7 off under the gun, and I opened. Just like, yeah, we need to be on the same game tree. But she's a phenomenal player, and I know they are both. Two great people and great for the game, and you know I just saw her actually supporting over there, and Rafa, I think Akari's coming here today too, man. Speaking of PokerStars and ambassadors, and great Brazilian. There's a lot of great Brazilian players, a lot of great Brazilians.
Brazil's a big country. I think it's the 5th largest by landmass.
It's half of all of Latin America. It's about 48%.
Top 10 economically, but maybe it's slipped out of it now. But I think it might also be like 5th in population. I mean, I know that maybe the real has struggled a bit over the last like 15 to 20 years. And the overall economy size maybe has slipped in the last 10, but it does have a lot of like natural resources like minerals, oil, obviously, Amazon rainforest, water. I don't know. I mean, Brazil is positioned to be like a world power in the upcoming in this century. Like it just needs to hopefully get some things shaped up. But I don't know. Brazil is a country that definitely has a potentially bright future.
Yeah.
In addition to just being kind of a great place.
Yeah. I'm bullish on Brazil.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it.
I own a little bit of a Brazil ETF. It's actually perked up in the last couple months. It's up. Not a big position, but
supporting, and you're also bullish.
Bought it pretty near the lows like some months ago, and it was kind of like, oh, like everything's taking off, and it wasn't. But last month or two, it's up a good solid, I don't know, 15% or something.
It's a nice percent. I'll tell you what, 15.
Yeah, for like an ETF with like a bunch of companies, that's a pretty good game.
No,
like
that's not.
You're not
outperforming that really. All right, there's Mehdi is that a walk or is it a walk?
Yeah, 4 deuce off.
Ruben, fair.
Mehdi's definitely more serious today. I feel like yesterday, without the cap, without the glasses, he was very chatty, one of the chattiest guys at the table, and he's definitely not talking as much, I would say.
Fair.
Which is
just fun.
Not a criticism. Just an observation.
Could also be tired. Long days. They play till 3 in the morning or plus. You get home, the adrenaline's then high. You make the money.
Maybe. I mean, I think some of it too is just okay. Like now, he's just steadily getting more serious. Like now, he's one of 6 players. You know, it's time to try to win the tournament. We're not goofing around anymore.
He's also got Ivan Luke on his right, who's just a statue. Tavares speaking. I don't know how much English specifically he speaks, but.
I mean, I just think like that's almost expected. I mean, he went from nothing to sunglasses and cap.
Yeah, he's showing us his armor.
It's not even
today.
a guess. It's not even guessing.
That's sort of like don't talk to me. Short of headphones, he's basically saying stay out of my lane.
I'm battling now.
On
We're
business
not
time.
goofing around anymore.
Yeah, trying to bring some gold back to Morocco.
Yeah, I heard. I shared this story, but it's like I heard what Mr. Knit had to say to me, and we're going to try to prove him wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Supposed to see him here. I think he's coming, but 2 7s, 5 6 off, and you start talking to yourself. Risk premium, one of the shortest to shortest. Do I want to call? One of the risks of defending a hand like this is that, but hello.
This is a interesting dynamic board considering their 2 hands. I mean, we got 7s, which is pretty strong. Not super top of range, but we're talking, pair bigger than the second highest card on the board. And 6-5 turned into an open-ended straight draw with a club. I mean, if you're 6-5, do you just rip it here? You get a bunch of better hands to fold, and being in a spot where you call here and fold turn is so gross with this equity. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's also like ICM. Oh. But yeah, okay, so he is calling. Thing is, you just might not get to see that river card. But you do preserve the chance to bluff with equity.
Ooh,
what a
great card for the 7s. Yeah, for so many reasons, but also, I mean, the fact you're already blocking that 25% of that 8 outs is nice on the turn. Now that is fully because it would make a house, but.
Yeah, I mean 7s here for, what is that, like a 60, 2/3 SPR. Pretty happy to get it in and see whatever happens. Probably just going to do it himself, right? Definitely can get called by worse hands, either a 4 or a 3. Wow, and he's going with a small size, and this is what happens when you just call the flop with 6-5, but does keep you alive in spots where you're moving and get called. Part of the ice.
Oh, they used the card.
Yeah, somebody wanted to see.
Your warning. Okay,
oh, so you can use on other people. It's not. It's any time you want.
Else threw that.
That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, we were wondering.
Yeah, at some point, most people, you just kind of got to use it sometime. You're right. It could be out any hand. No. Can we get confirmation? Is that only in the super high rollers, or is that any BSOP event where every player gets one? Kind of interesting. Never seen that. Get a word on that.
meio do caminho ali.
Mas sabe o que é o mais doido desse evento? É que são 16 dias, cara.
São muitos dias.
Então, tipo, é um evento que você vai melhorando, entendeu? Então, tipo, vai tendo um monte de coisa, você vai ajustando, né? Aos poucos, Aí o serviço de alimentação, aí não sei o quê, aí o pagamento dos estrangeiros, aí os LEDs, aí...
Tem coisa que você sabe que vai acontecer durante.
Keep on going here.
Então, tipo, você chega
50, 100.
100% no sexto dia, assim, tá? Aí beleza, aí você tem uns 8 dias de paz. Fica à vontade, amigão.
Oi.
Tavares, não ia anunciado.
Wow.
Acho que já quase não tem fogo.
I mean,
É a melhor carta do baralho.
again, it just happens. Somebody has a pretty standard good hand and just rips it and has to see aces. Look at this, 5%.
Wow. The life of Hoffa, baby.
Amor, você viu?
Wow, being all in pre-flop with 5% equity, that's not even easy to...
Yeah, that's literally a nightmare. You like wake up, you go to sleep, dream about the final table, and this is actually hard to do. You get in the worst possible spot in poker, basically. Oh, there's some hope.
A diamond.
Diamond's hope. The wheel, the chop is possible. That's actually at 3 diamonds, 4 diamonds is huge.
7 de paus.
Wow, he has the same equity, basically. Actually, it went up 1%.
Yeah, above average flop. That is going to GG, curtain, bow out. Brazil on Brazil crime, the 2 final tablists. One will run up, and Hoffa is just doing Hoffa things, man. Nice showing, though. Gabriel Tavares, we said, is one of the up-and-coming Brazilian players. There's a look at Hoffa's fiance, or I'm sorry, wife now, who is on the rail there watching as we go down quickly. What are we, 5? Still 5? 5-handed play coming up. This is a tough 5, man. This is a very tough 5-handed table. What did I say? Ivan versus Hoffa, I believe. There is a look at the chip count. So we're playing 20 blind, poker down to 36. So still play rest. Not super short right now, anyone.
Oh, two Portuguese players.
Yeah, they were 1 and 2 to start the final table.
Yeah.
Keep it rolling, 5-handed here.
All right, you're going to take those 2. I'll go Hugo versus Medi. Heads up. 100 bucks?
Sure. What for? How are we gonna?
It's pretty close. You have 2 and 5. I have 3 and 4 in chips. No one's got the chip leader.
Sure, but
you only win. This is like a bet. No one's gonna win.
All right.
You have to get the top 2.
Okay, let's make it 1,000.
Okay.
It's because that's pretty hard. That's honestly the odds of that are like.
Yeah. $1,000.
Yeah, so it's kind of sweaty, at least to see. It's kind of fun
I
because.
think are my 2 guys going at each other right now? I believe.
Ideally.
Yeah.
Who do you have?
I have Medi and Hugo. You've got Rafa and Ivan. And nobody's got the chip leader. Oh. And it's been bet call on the flop with my two guys. I don't think we've seen any cards. I think this is it hijack versus small blind? Oh, there we are. Oh my. No, hijack versus big blind. Not a great card for Hugo in that he might now be sticking around. Right, pair of 5s, gutter. Not super relevant that you're beating a 3 or a deuce. We don't really expect Medi to have very much, if any, 3x or deuce x. If he does, it's ace 3 or ace deuce suited.
Tá arrumando, fica arrumando. Porra, lá, colocou lá. Agora acabou.
But it does help us beat hands like ace queen, ace jack, etc. If you're Hugo, does have a gutter.
Demandas mais urgentes.
So yep, it's calls once again, and Medi's gotta love that. Flopping top set, getting called twice, going to the river. 5 would be bad news for my bet.
Agora tô com 3.030. Tá tudo empatado. Você vai jogar o quê?
And now it's check, and what size is Medi gonna come with? Big pot, 1.6 million. It's just over 1 SBR. But again, in high ICM situations, pot size bets are even bigger. That would be like a big over bet, essentially. But I mean, his hand is good enough to bet whatever.
Dá toque neles depois, mano.
Top set, you're really only losing to ace 4 or 4-6 suited. I don't think 4-6 off defends. Kind of feels like he's going to go like half pot. Maybe a size that like aces could go. Oh, he went over half pot. Wow.
Yeah, ace 5 does have a little something.
I mean, you are blocking ace king or aces. You're not blocking maybe a hand like ace X of clubs, which could bluff. Obviously, this bet's way too big for the jack to really interact with it, other than if king jack suited or like pocket jacks got there playing this way. You have to ask yourself, does jacks bet the turn for that size? You know, does he bet aces or ace king for the size on the river?
He's reaching for chips, a lot of his chips here. Taking some time bank cards.
It's a tough spot. It's also a big spot. I mean, he folds here. Looks like he has 1.8, which is 18 blinds. If he calls and loses, which he will have 700K. Ooh, calls. Heart rate isn't even that high.
We only end happy to him.
Big hand, Medi. Medi just been on point this entire time I've seen him, and he is getting rewarded here. He is gonna have a very healthy stack. It's gonna make it hard for your bet, Rest.
Maybe jacks or kings.
Well, it'll make it a lot easier for Medi to get there.
That's true.
But yeah, harder for Hugo. I mean, now for your bet, you've got to have both your guys survive. Two guys that have a lot more chips than them. But, you know, I think Medi's the chip leader now.
Yeah, but it's gonna be really hard when your guy's out next, and then I'm on a free roll. But true, touche. That's why it is hard. I wonder if this would be interesting odds to actually get there. It is probably like it's pretty hard to get the perfect 2 out of 5 remaining.
Yeah, it is. Especially in a situation
when
where
you don't have 1 and 2.
When we made the bet, nobody had number 1, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, we're gonna be chopping that up as a wash most of the time. Phenomenal dealers here, great staff, all around, just compliments everywhere. It's been a great series so far early for us. I know there's still a lot of tournaments left. There is, again, super high rollers, also $6,000 US main event and a roughly 1,000 main event. I think it's a 5,000 real main going on right now.
Oh wow, yeah. 650, and here he is. He's all in.
750.
Ivan's probably calling that with the 10-9 suited. I don't know, man. Oof. He's got to call 600 to win 900. So what do you need 40%?
Yeah, Ivan Luka got the Sunday red on. He's two players wore their Sunday red for the final table here, and something's got to give. 9-10 suited looks powerful. Both hands, pretty nice looking PLO hand.
Ivan likes busting Hugo, though. It's good for him to bust Hugo. So even though he's got some risk premium, it's less versus the shortest stack, who he'd love to bust, kind of, because then he doesn't have to wait around for him at all, you know?
True. Queen in the window, but a heart. Oh, hello. Oh, my goodness. That is max sweat. What a flop. That is insane. You got a double gutter flush draw versus top two. That's the flop of the tournament, maybe.
Luka even breaking out a smirk.
Yeah, he knows this is. Oh, fade's the hard part. The turn is the hardest one. That's where, even though he was going to be live no matter what, right? Even if he hit it. So this is it now. You can see. Still a fairly big favorite. 7 jack, hearts, and the heart. He can do it. Ivan can actually get it done. He does it and knocks out Machado.
GG.
Well,
Good luck, everyone.
Free roll city.
It's a decent place to be. The crazy parts of the bet is literally two hands total. One hand he got short, 2 hands he's out, and here we go. 4-handed podium up for grabs now. Next spot. Pay jumps would be great to see him. I can tell you 210 was 9th. 1,575,000 was first. We'll get those on the screen here shortly as everyone here playing for, I think top 2 get $1 million reais, so. Plus, I mean, 1,500,000 almost. 1,575 to first.
Neste aqui?
É. Aí na próxima pode pular. Foi. Rubem, fold, Rafa.
All right, Hafa, been hot. He's got the red. I'm telling you, Sunday red. It's a real thing. Final table. I saw 3 people wearing the red. You know
I'm
what?
trying to work out in my head. I believe that if all configurations are equal, you're 1 in 12.
Seems high, but I guess that makes sense.
No, I think there's 24 ways to order 4, but you have 2 ways.
4. 4, not 5.
You're 4, yeah.
Got it.
No, now. 24 ways to order 4, but you have 2 of those configurations because it could be 1, 2, or 2, 1 or whatever, right?
Mhm.
So, because either one could be first or second. So that's 2 out of 24.
This is looking decent spot.
Now, obviously, it's not even because there is a difference in chips, and Luka, I think, is the shortest stack. So you're probably less than 1 in 12, but those are some real odds, even if it's like 1 in 15 or 1 in 20 or whatever.
Yeah.
Better than 0.
It's a lot better than 0.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah. Oh, here we go, man.
Wow.
Top versus 2 overs and
it's
nut,
essentially a
nutter
flip.
butter flush draw.
Ivan Luka's been in fuego with ace-queen suited. He made a 4-bet jam early. Had actually a pretty tough spot. He got 3-bet by ace-jack off. Actually, versus Medi, he 4-bet stuffed ace-queen suited when there was 4-handed or 8-handed. So he had to put it on the line there. He was right. And then he actually doubled ace-queen suited to jack-10 suited.
Wait, so it looks like this small blind must have raised and big blind called. And now Ivan's checked. I mean, do we think is he check raising here or check calling? I mean, some of it depends on
the size.
Size, but also if there's anyone else short. I mean, don't all the other guys have like 4 million at this point, basically?
Yeah, people have chipped up. There's chips out there now.
So yeah, he's not that incentivized to wait. Like, he definitely might check raise this. I mean, you can kind of go either way. You just have a ton of equity. Obviously, your hand might be good, but yeah, it's a little dicey just calling down. You let hands maybe outdraw you that are folding. Here we go. Yeah, they're all in.
All in call, amor. Amor. Não eu, mas all in call.
Okay, ace queen suited, ace 10. What a fight here. Very fair fight. Ace queen suited looks dangerous because turn it dead.
I mean, this is almost the same odds as like ace king suited to queens, basically.
Yep. Oh, the first one's clean.
Brick City.
No jack, no king, no extra outs. So now it's just a pure queen or club and about almost 3-1 favorite for. Oh, and that's a knockout, right?
And we're at 3, and
we're both
you're
out.
dead now.
Ivan goes second and fourth in the 2 events he's played so far. I'm sure we'll see him in the 150K, 30K, and he'll take the 4th place and move on. Nice showing, nice, very solid player, just completely even-keeled demeanor, as we'll hopefully hear from him in a bit.
It was a little wild. We made the bet, and like 4 hands later, we're both dead, or 5 hands or something. It was a very small number of hands.
Você tem
3 left. Ben takes 4th. And there's a look at the room. And a lot of blinds. Mehdi with 76. Kind of easy to do at the 50, 100. There you go. 28 bigs, 2.8 million for Hafa Hubin.
The other players have like 6.4, so
yeah, he's got over half combined.
Yeah, starting to push 60% of the chips, almost, not quite. Pretty good spot for Mehdi here. It's not like runaway territory yet. Kind of is. I mean, the other 2 are starting to get incentivized to a little bit of a waiting game to ladder. I mean, it's not so runaway though. Obviously, if any of them double, they can, even doubling through him at this point, you kind of like equalize, take the chip lead, basically. So he's not so far runaway that doubling is inconsequential for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting spot.
Okay, a little stat there on the Winter Showdown. Three-handed poker, something that not many, you don't study three-handed poker necessarily, but this is a time where players that are a little more versed, short-handed, heads up, is it's nice. It's nice to understand the spots. So all these players, I would imagine, are pretty comfortable.
Wow, look at this. These are pretty equivalent jumps. It's like 404,000 real jump, and then like basically a 425,000 real jump. So it's basically the same jump almost from 3rd to 2nd and 2nd to 1st. So that does increase the ICM pressure here three-handed because, right, it's not like you see a lot of spots where there's still a big increase on the jump from 2nd to 1st, from 3rd to 2nd, and that's just not the case here. So I'd say that's a little bit better for Mehdi and a little bit worse for the other 2 guys given the current chip configurations, because it's a little bit nicer to ladder up into 2nd than maybe if there was like a big jump to 1st, you know, like say like the WSOP main event payout where it's usually like 4 to 6 and then like 6 to 10 or something like that, right?
True.
Where, you know, 2 million, 4 million jump. Here it's basically 400, just over 400 on both of them. Like these are the little details that are kind of like nuanced and different, I feel like, in every tournament almost, in every payout. And that kind of matter and sort of influence how a lot of guys play. But again, even ICM and people's approaches are pretty different. I don't think there's really like a, oh, hey, we all, you know, agree that this is like the right model and how we should be thinking about ICM. Like we have outputs that have really shitty future game sims out there, and most people kind of think that they're off to some extent, and there isn't firm agreement about how far off they are. But yeah. Oh, believe a flush was just flopped.
Wow, 118 to 1, the odds of that. And that is, I haven't seen one of those in the booth yet while we've been here. Hard to do.
Three-way pot as well.
Check. Third.
Okay. 9-7. Vulnerable flush though, and just picks it up there.
Jogadores inscritos para o Today Deep Stack, Alfredo Liberada, já podem tomar seus assentos. Daremos início ao torneio em 10 minutos.
I think the flop got checked through, and now a fourth club came, which makes
Okay, it's just saying a check mark. Yeah, it's not
makes
over.
everybody's hand weaker, and now it's going to be hard for Ruben to actually get any more money versus these hands.
Here.
None of these hands will probably try to bluff, and maybe Medi could bluff catch, maybe, if Ruben bets the river, but probably not. I think if Ruben bets, Hafa is just out, especially with a player behind him.
Did you check? Ruben? Check. Alpha? Check.
Nope, it's checked all the way.
Ruben. Apresenta flush. Em 9. Push ball.
Okay, we'll continue on. Three-handed, starting to pick up a little. It was slow. It's gotten a couple of knockouts quickly here. Ras mentioned the pay jumps, and there's
O
let's
Machado
hear.
agora cai na quinta posição na nossa Final Table no 100K. E essa é sua quarta mesa final aqui no BSOP desde a sua estreia no ano passado. Quero te perguntar quais são as maiores diferenças que você sente no campeonato desde a sua estreia.
Eu sinto uma evolução da minha parte e sinto também uma evolução da parte dos meus adversários. Acho que o jogo cada vez é mais competitivo e as pessoas estudam mais, então o jogo é mais difícil. Este torneio tinha um field muito difícil, principalmente no primeiro dia, e foi uma batalha muito dura. Regra geral, estou contente como joguei, acho que joguei algumas mãos mal, que vou estudar e rever depois, mas no geral estou bastante satisfeito.
Perfeito, muito obrigada, Hugo, e parabéns pela sua performance. A gente volta já já com mais Final Table aqui no BSOP Millions 2025.
All right, Ras, I'll let you. I do understand. Ele fala muito Portuguese. You do. I do. You do follow more.
Yeah,
What is he saying?
He basically was saying that, I don't remember everything, but he was mentioning that the game's becoming more difficult as it goes. You know, everybody's studying a little bit more. I think he said he had a lot of tough tables, and maybe especially on the first day in this tournament. Those are the main things I got out of it.
I will say these tables I've taken a look at in the super high roller have not been cakewalks by any means. A lot of great players here as we see some. Look at these hands: kings and ace jack, three-handed. That is a Hafa in a fantastic position here. And the dealer button involved too. Medi's going for the raise with the queen deuce off.
Wow, and he only has 2.5. But it is enough to get Ruben to fold, and just snap folds it.
You think that is it just because there's nothing else really everything else looks too strong to 3-bet off that? Is that more the reason to shove, to not 3-bet, not all in?
You mean as Ruben?
As kings.
Oh yeah. There's no non all-in 4-bet there. I mean, like, I think it was like 750, and he's going all in for like 2.4. Right. I mean,
yeah, nothing else you can do. Just to look. Otherwise,
I mean, you can't, like, what are you going to be raised to like 1.2 and fold or something? Like, you're already putting in half your chips. So
be a sick bluff.
You actually, I mean, it's actually, I know he snap folded ace jack, but it's a spot where, right, if he's going to have some kind of good hands, right, but like that aren't that strong, such as like ace jack off, what about something like king queen and king jack suited? you know, ace nine suited, right? What if those hands are three betting?
Yeah.
I think as Hafa with fold equity, like obviously you're going to do good stuff, but you could actually go down to like, let's say eights or sevens or something, and you could start doing like ace 10 suited, ace queen off, maybe a little king queen suited, king jack suited action. And I'm just saying, like, it starts to get to a point where, I don't know, getting, I mean, what price is he getting after 7, 1, 3.5, 3.6 in the pots-ish, and he's got to call like 1. I mean, you're getting over 2 to 1. It actually starts to get, ace jack off's probably a fold, but like maybe ace queen isn't, probably not. But you know, I don't know, like it's also one of those spot where, like I would guess a solver says something at least as aggressive as I just said, but I don't know like how many people in Rafa's spot are doing that,
Right.
like three-handed.
Yeah, probably not.
Like a lot of people like miss aggression there, right? Even though it's probably quite good. Pretty. It's like if you're Rafa and you're looking at sevens, or like the ace 10 suited or king jack suited, or, you know, some of these hands that were right on the fringe of where I'm saying, and you're like raise 3-bet, and you're like, am I just, like I can fold and keep fighting three-handed here. Although you do have the least chips. The guy just 3-bet the button. It's probably getting through pretty often, right? So it's not, you'll be like pretty solidly in third, but you get to keep fighting, or you're like risking it all here.
But that's what I'm saying. If you had a hand that you're going to go in that's not as strong as kings, like like a hand to 4-bet jam, like what?
But look, he just picked up over $1 million. I mean, it's a huge pickup when you get it through. And you can see our opponents don't need good hands. I mean, Mehdi with the chip lead just opened queen deuce off on the button, and the small blind should be attacking a range like that, like not super nitty, even though he has ICM pressure, right? Like that's why these spots are fascinating, because it's like you can put them in solvers and kind of see what they have to say, but then it's also like, what are real people doing here, right? But then also it's like a lot of these guys are, you know, they're the killers who kind of not only know what the solver says, but might actually be doing it in some of these spots. Yeah, this stuff is awesome.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
Flats ace 10 suited doesn't 3-bet, and he's going to flop very well. And a 4-5 from Mehdi? 4-5 off.
Wow.
And he flops huge. 7 gin card. Would be not necessarily losing a ton of chips with the low straight, but.
So we can see here flatted ace 10 suited instead of 3-betting after 3-betting ace jack off the previous hand. I mean, versus a very wide button range, like this is a flop that he doesn't hit that often. It's going to have a lot of overcards that have equity but are pretty weak. And Mehdi's really attacking that range. Stuff like king jack, etc. All very unhappy with this flop. And Mehdi can hit this flop pretty hard. I mean, if he's playing 5-4 off, he can have all kinds of 2 pairs and straights. You know, clearly could have hands like 9-8 off, maybe even 8-6 off. It's hard to say. Definitely all the suited versions of these hands, like 7-5 suited, 10-7 suited, all in there. Looks like he came with check raise though, which got the job done. Is totally reasonable, is going to have some strong hands on that, might even flop sets, obviously overs with a flush draw like he has. A lot of those hands like check raising.
Small blind. Big blind.
Que isso, mano, carinha? Deixa o Gus em paz.
Fold.
Hoffa with some ace queen suited in the small blind.
Yeah, he's getting some hands at the right time.
Comes with limp. Wow, very good flop for 10-9 off.
Ooh.
All things
Well,
considered.
yeah, it's a scary. That could be a really bad turn. Queen would be nasty.
I mean, he's got equity. He only has 10 high. He has a lot of chips. He's going to, at some point, whether the flop or the turn, he will bet one of those streets if check two. Not the most appealing spot to peel with ace queen, no backdoor. I mean, the queen interacts with the board, and as you can see, actually is a poison card in this particular setup. But yeah, I mean, to 1/3 pot, kind of have to continue with a hand as good as ace queen.
Ooh. Almost a gin.
It's actually a card that's better for half IL on the whole here. He's going to have some stuff with a king in it that check calls the flop more than Mehdi bets hands with a king in it. Like Mehdi's a lot more likely to check back some king highs than bet them. I mean, I think Mehdi's flop bets end up being more polar to stuff like pairs or better and stuff that's worse than king high in order to have immediate fold equity and bluff value. Which, as we see, looks like Mehdi agrees with that and decides not to barrel on the king when he might have barreled a bunch of other cards. Wow. 5 hits a lot of flopped draws, which Mehdi is a bit more likely to have flopped draw equity as you can, betting the flop, as you can see, he has 10-9. Really might bluff this card. A decently high chance of a bluff. What size will he pick, and will Rafa sniff this out with ace high?
Yeah, 5's nice. He's got the 9 in there.
Wow,
Could have
he
9-7.
went big. He went a million. Got a snap fold.
Nice play. Mehdi is tough, man. Gets a nice run out, though. The Moroccan man there, he is coming over to Brazil looking to pick up some nice scores. He's already got himself locked up a good one here. I think we'll see him the rest of the series and all the stuff, I would imagine. He played Triton, just got second in Jeju in a 40K.
Oh, did he?
To Jabra. It was maybe like 500K score. I was looking up his Hendon Mob. Yeah, he's played goes all over it. That's the joy. That's the best time, right, Rast? As a poker player, when you're young, you're in your 20s, your early 30s, you're just cruising around, going stop to stop, playing different places, and
no
responsibilities. If you're watching at home and you're in your young 20s or making the journey, enjoy it. Enjoy the time. I'm not saying we don't get out there, but it's different when you got kids and other responsibilities.
Wow, pretty small bet here. Starting to push down close, but not quite quarter pot. Will that keep ace-9 off interested? Yes, it's small enough to keep ace-9 high in there. And card that's technically kind of good for both ranges. Deuce very unlikely to interact with Hoffa's range, raising the button. Doesn't have many deuces. And Ruben can have deuces, and with his actual ace high, it's a card that if ace high was good, decent chance of still being good. That said, calling another bet here, while not impossible, is ambitious. Hoffa might bet again. I mean, top pair, kicker that plays good hand.
600 mil.
600.
And he bets and gets a quick fold from ace high.
Opa! Tem do quê? Frango catupiry. Obrigado.
Não, obrigado.
Pode planejar o de Alan Ferreira, que ele falou que quer.
Isso é bom.
Essa é muito boa.
Vão ter comido hoje.
Chicken? Ah. Beer, chicken, also dogman.
Okay, king 10 suited for Ruben. Nice looking hand, and I think was that what he had, and that's it. That bet was pretty uneventful, Rest. Would have been nice to one of us to sweat a little. What is that he's eating
Yeah,
there?
obviously it is what it is. We probably could have added something like
Who goes the furthest?
yeah,
one.
or the one of the guy, or just to wash if we both have a guy on the top two, someone wins. Yeah, there are ways we could have made it more likely to cash. Obviously, as constructed, it was
Yeah, a long shot.
a long shot. You know, $100 if one of your guys cashes and neither of the other guys does. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, it's all good. We'll have more of that.
Obviously,
we
those
got
bets would have all. Had we done that, would be good for me right now. With my guy with 60% of the chips in play.
Check. Rafa, com ação.
Buddy.
Bet 300 mil.
Olha lá, olha a diva. Ah, nossa princesa. Meu Deus.
They're going crazy in the Portuguese stream for Rafa's wife there, putting the glasses on. She's supporting. Top 3 locked up. Got a mystery hand here, Rast. Mystery board, too. We got this full mystery. We're just going off the reads. What is he? Who's got what? 8 turns. 8, 7, ace, 2 clubs, turn 8. And again, Hoffa, such a talent, but has gotten 2 times with 12 left. He got in 5s to 8s and 6s to 10s, right? Behind. So, it's not about what happens, how you react to it and what you do with it. You can win a couple all-ins and punt it off. You can also just make the most of it. See if he can end up taking some of that luck and finish it off here as he is in good position here against a flush draw with 1 to come. Board pairs, ace-jack healthy in the lead here. King 10 suited needing a club that is not an ace. And Hoffa knows he's in a pretty good spot. I mean, he's got to be a little concerned, but it's a strong hand, ace-jack on this board.
Yeah.
Oh, is he going to go ahead and...
I mean, very, very strong hand.
He's actually even going to raise. Nicely done. That's a setting for Ruben.
Jeff, do you want to reconstruct the action for everybody? Do you remember?
Well, because no, they brought it to us. They put us on the turn here. We didn't see the flop.
Oh, okay,
That's why it was.
Because I was like trying to think.
No,
probably limp raise call, free.
We didn't get any of the. We got nothing. Yeah, until the turn.
Probably limp raise call, and then check bet call, and then lead, raise. That would be my guess on what happened on pre-flop and flop.
He's gonna call. Wow, huge river here. A lot of chips in there.
What is he bluffing? I mean, obviously he's going to value bet a club.
Whoo, clean.
That is a blankaroo. Very hard to put Ruben on a 7, given the action. I mean, if somehow he had a 7 leading it, I don't think he's calling the raise.
Right. It's also not there wasn't the card that with the flush draw, right?
Yeah,
So
or
it's not.
straight draws. So it's kind of like, I mean, Ruben can have an 8, realistically speaking, or not. Wow, look at this. That's a low heart rate right there. 84. Massive pot.
Yeah, pretty calm. Hoffa also
plays
calm.
the board. I mean, I got to take over 84 on Rafa's heart rate, though.
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, it's a little more dicey.
That's
spot.
the lowest we've seen so far in any spot where big enough for them to show. Not saying it's high, but 84, it's solid. Yeah, see? Like, he also has a decision, you know, like, do I value bet this? You know, the answer, unsurprisingly, is yes. It's pretty reasonable.
And he loves to see the no snap call and think about it. He's thinking maybe this guy's got ace 9 or ace something.
I mean, can you really call the chop here? You know what I'm
No,
saying? Like,
no, I get it. But it's saying he didn't get
yeah.
snapped, and then it's like he's in a good position.
Yeah.
He's either winning or
Once you don't get snapped,
you're winning or you're chopping.
you're basically winning when you don't get snapped.
That's true. Well,
I mean,
that hand is going to take us to a break. This is the 100K final table, and we will be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We are going to see a winner in the next very short period. We'll see you guys after the break.
Live 60 mil, 120 mil, 6,000, 1 Botão agora com o Ruben.
Não era break agora, não?
Floor.
I'm okay, yeah.
Like 2 levels, yeah?
Yeah.
Pode ser?
It's fine for you? Yeah.
Eu acho que é break agora, 15 minutos, pode ser? Pra gente...
Obrigado.
Eu
Yes, yes.
Ah, embaralhou.
Eu já embaralhei.
Okay, last hand.
Last
Because
hand,
she
uma mano.
already like
Vale.
shuffled.
120, right? Office one blind.
Desculpa aí.
120. The big blind.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sim.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Ruben com ação.
Okay. Break.
Break.
Yes, I think it's
Can-
enough. Like you want. You
Kings.
15,
15, yeah.
Vale.
It's better because...
6 p.m., okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io.
All right, cool. Ooh. Hey guys, welcome back. Going straight to the action. Looks like, yeah, it looks like Seven's opened the button and Mehdi wakes up with aces here. Oh, and Rafa's 4-bet jams over the top. This is a huge pot. Okay, and no 7, a little bit of help. 2 spades, 2 surrounding cards, so running straights and running flushes, all possible for Rafa, which is why his equity is as high as 16%. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we know, what we call a brick. Straight brick, little Dewey, no help. It's a 7 and 7 only. And there it is. Rafa is out in 3rd. Good run. Ran into aces. Man, it just feels like some people have been running into aces and kings here. So nice getting those hands at a final table. And the rich get richer. Now we have heads-up situation where it looks like Mehdi has, I mean, I don't know exactly, we'll find out soon, but it's definitely a very large chip lead. I mean, he was first, and he busted 2nd in chips, so... What a spot.
Sensor 3, but
hey, double me up.
All right, we can see beautiful city of São Paulo, and here we go. 2nd place is already locked up, just over 1.1 million highs, and 1st, almost 1.6. So they are playing for 425,000 reais in this heads-up sit and go, if you want to put it that way. That is a little less than $100,000, maybe $80,000 US. And here we can see the chips, and in fact, we have nearly a 10-to-1 chip lead. Mehdi with 106 blinds to only 11 blinds that Ruben had.
56 times 250K, right? Minus my stack, that's what you had.
And now some heads up. So, I mean, this could go a couple different ways here, but it could be over really soon. I mean, Ruben only has 11 blinds. We will probably see an all-in shortly that Ruben will have to win to continue this, but they do have, it looks like, in total, almost 120 blinds between them. So if Ruben chips up, the match could take a while, right? I mean, obviously the blinds will keep going up, but right now, you know, if they got even in chips, they would be playing almost 60 big blinds effective, which, you know, depending on how people play, but a lot of people play kind of low variance styles here when they get to the end of tournaments. You know, it could take a long time to resolve because there are a decent amount of chips in play in terms of big blinds for heads up. It's just that our man Mehdi right there has almost all of them. And there it is, the BSOP Super High Roller Series trophy. It's a nice looking trophy. It is large and imposing. some confusion there on the dealer button placement and card pitching, but we got it sorted. And on Medi to go on the button, we can see, ooh, King 10 of clubs. This hand is plenty good to play for the all of 11 big blinds effective, but he's going to come with limp. Perhaps trying to induce. 8-5 off, going to be happy to see 3. And here we go.
It's too easy.
This rates to be a very uninteresting pot.
No, not all in. Solo 120. Una ficha, min bet.
Una ficha.
How do you say it in Portuguese?
It's good, it's good.
It's good?
Uma ficha.
Uma ficha.
So they're just talking about what one chip means. I guess Medi bet the flop with 1 chip, signifying a min bet, and there was a discussion, I don't know, maybe the dealer had said that he was all in, and Medi was like, no, 1 chip just means the minimum bet. Uma ficha is 1 chip, and the min bet is 120,000, which is 1 big blind. Okay, offsuit ace, pretty good candidate just to rip it, grip it and rip it for those 11 bigs. Gets the job done.
Same hand.
Same hand?
Ace 3 off. It's exactly same hand.
Non. Ouais, genre un truc random, genre. Ouais. Ouais. Je vais l'utiliser, genre. Je limp et check back et ça fait check, 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 check. Ouais. Là, mec, genre il a 12, il a 13 blindes, je pense. Moi, je dois avoir genre 80, genre.
All right, Jack 10 suited. How will Medi play this one? Decides just to call. Ooh. Ruben probably going to raise instead of going all in. Guess you want to carve out, yeah, you want to carve out like a small raise size as well as an all-in when raising versus this limp. Now Medi is never folding, probably calling, but going all in is not out of the question. Unlike folding, which is out of the question. If you are considering folding this hand, you should do something else. Heads up poker, Jack 10 suited, not going in the muck to a tiny like 2.2 raise. All right, kind of a interesting flop. Ruben's still got his overpair, feeling pretty good about this situation with about a 2 SBR. Medi, you know, he's got a gutter. He's got 2 cards that are kind of big, and he's not going to be going anywhere.
190.
Kind of seems like call's the only option. I'll say that unconfidently.
Yes.
It's like, can you get a hand like King 7 to fold if you raise? I mean, I kind of have to raise all in if you raise here. You know, Ace 4, Ace 5. It's not ridiculous. Jack 10 is beating potentially hands like Jack 9, 10, 9. How often is he raising those? It's like, would you rather rip it with 10, 9 than Jack 10 here? if you're just, the biggest reason is to get like ace or king high to potentially fold. Ooh, and that is brick city for Mehdi. Even though it's a diamond, pretty decent card for Ruben. I mean, both players can have a 3. Mehdi probably has a few more. Wow, and he is going to go ahead and lay the trap. Trying to get exactly hands like the one Mehdi has to bluff. Mehdi checks it back. And it's a blank river. That does not change the texture of this board at all. Not a 4th diamond, not one of the inside straight cards. Kings has to feel really good about having Beth's hand and lays the rope again. Ooh, I mean, actually playing this hand perfectly versus Jack 10 of clubs. Mehdi has a lot of incentive to try to get ace or king high to fold here, but like, can you really do that? Yes, I mean, it's totally reasonable that an 8 might play this way, or even potentially a queen, but Mehdi passes and will be very happy to see that he passed bluffing, because once you see kings, you realize that everything up to all in on the river would get snapped off.
Rafael Moraes, nosso chefão do BSOP, CEO desse lugar maravilhoso e que agora cai em terceiro lugar nessa mesa final no 100K Super High Roller. Eu quero te perguntar, querido, considerando que você chegou nessa mesa final, chegou tão perto da vitória também, qual a sensação dessa mesa final, considerando que você está criando um torneio agora em que o BSOP se expande e traz o poker também para o resto do mundo? Qual a sensação de estar numa mesa final que é tão emblemática?
Cara, é muito legal. Esse torneio foi o que eu fiz a mesa final o ano passado. Mas ele vem com um gostinho diferente, né? Assim, depois de um ano a gente mudou um monte de coisa, a gente criou a primeira Super High Roller Series da história da América Latina. E eu chegar no primeiro torneio que eu jogo foi muito gostoso. Óbvio que a gente sempre quer mais, mas eu cheguei curto na mesa final, dei sorte e agora dei um azar, né? Que encontrei um par de as pela frente. Mas foi muito legal e eu tomei as decisões que eu achei que eu tinha que tomar. E é só o primeiro, né? Ainda bem que tem mais 13 dias pela frente.
Muito mais pela frente, a gente vai ver o Rafa em muitos momentos aqui nas mesas finais do BSOP Millions 2025. Continua com a gente porque ainda tem muito mais pela noite.
Well, there we go, an interview with third place. She basically asked him, you know, what was the sensation having made this emblematic final table, and he talked about how it was super cool, and, you know, he's excited as, you know, one of the bosses of this entire operation to have built the first super high roller tournament series here in Latin America. Talked very briefly about his own luck at the final table, and at the end he felt like he had to make the play where he ran into aces. Kind of is what it is. And yeah, that was, I'd say, the gist of the interview. Now here we go to an interesting hand. We have third pair and the dummy end of a gutter versus jack high and an open ender. So far, nobody's been betting. Mehdi could have found some aggression. And really, they both could have at some point. I think if you're Mehdi, the idea that you're getting to showdown with Jack 5 and it's ever good in a triple checked pot is probably borderline impossible. I mean, borderline impossible is too strong, but it's very unlikely. So maybe you would take some of that equity on the turn and bet. It seems like Mehdi's either doesn't want to bluff or pretty happy trying to realize. Really, at this point, I think a 4 can pretty comfortably bet for value, which is what we're seeing, actually. It looks like he's going 2/3 pot, which is totally reasonable after getting checked all the way through. And I don't believe Mehdi is ever losing to a bluff with Jack High, but he also has a pretty bad hand. Oh, and another close-up of the trophy. They're really trying to give everybody trophy envy super hard
I
here.
should have used it later too.
Jack.
Beautiful backdrop. The final table setup. These two guys playing for the win. Mehdi with the little king nine suited. They're a little bit deeper now though. After the double, it's at least 20 big blinds effective or around 20 big blinds effective. He calls. Oh, blinds must have went up. Yeah, they did. It's not 100K, it's 120K, so it's about 17 big blinds effective, or 18. Ruben declines the option in the big blind to put more money in the pot with the 8 deuce suited. Now here we go, a classic wide range heads up spot where nobody flops anything.
Bet 120 mil, holding folding. Push flop.
That's definitely a spot where the ace 10-10 favors Mehdi somewhat, just from the idea that he's more likely to limp an ace than Ruben in the big blind is to check an ace after the button calls. Don't think there's that much difference in either one of them having a 10. And the button more likely to have pairs as well. So having an ace and a pair advantage. But with very wide ranges where that's still a smaller component of your range. It's not a massive range advantage, but it is one, which is why you saw the min bet. All right, next hand, buttons over on Ruben. Gave those cards a little shimmy.
Call. Ruben call. Nice.
Mehdi declines the garbage man option of attacking the limp with those garbage hands. And here we go. A little bit of something for both. A little bit more for Ruben. Middle pair. Again, slightly more likely to have an ace. Mehdi does have 2 unders and a gutter. It's something. Does have to think about how he wants to play it. Finds the check call, looks like. Only way to win the pot immediately is a 4. And that's a bit of a wet card. Kind of fills in around the connected 6 and 7. Obviously makes some possible straights. Actually gives Mehdi a pair now, although that pair's still losing to any flopped pairs, which is kind of part of the issue of playing the 2 unders. and versus continued aggression with the lowest pair and a really dummy gutter. Is it enough? I mean, no, kinda. And Mehdi seems to agree with what really just boiled down to my intuition that, yeah, we're not going to keep continuing to barrels here.
We have a match. We have a match.
Yeah, you have what, 20 blinds now? Yeah.
Maybe a little bit above that.
Okay.
No, 20.
20, yeah.
A little bit of verbal jousting. We have a match, like I'm back in this. And Mehdi, I could taste a little bit of contempt on that. What do you have, 20 blinds now, son? But he has clawed his way back in a little bit. I mean, it's about twice as many blinds from the start when he had 11. Blinds have gone up as well. Now we got the high card, low card offsuit garbage. And he finds the raise. And was that 600? Hello, Ted. That's a little 5x right there.
Fresh.
We do have a match, Ruben. All right, the first evidence of some pre-flop steal aggression. So far, these guys have all been passing any little whiff of those spots, but the queen deuce off, Ruben finally took it.
$240. 240.
And it's like, once you get on the horse, why get off? Now he's done limping, raising it up himself. Suited jack, I mean, seems like a nice hand to call with. Despite being dominated, you could see it's actually only 56-44. But, I mean, pretty great flop for Ruben. You know, somehow you flop top pair with the 6. And Mehdi, not a great spot for him because he kind of flops enough to maybe put money in at some point. Backdoor clubs, gutter. Now he hits a deuce. Oh, Ruben checks back the flop.
190.
And Mehdi's looks like he's going just under third pot here as a lead. With a hand that he isn't sure is good, obviously Ruben can check back the flop with a pair, and in fact did. But he also can check back just over cards. In fact, is more likely to have no pair and just over cards. And you know, out of position, you know, Mehdi would either love to get some value against those hands or to get them to fold, and kind of betting under third pot is the type of size that does a little bit of both. Wow, and now look at this board. A 7 of spades. You know, Mehdi definitely can't, I mean, pretty tough value bet. That's for sure. Wow, but he is going to go for value with what looks like about quarter pot. I mean, kind of seems like a pretty easy call with Jack 6 at this point.
Just sick river. Gotta pay it off against a good player. 40.
One pair.
One pair, two.
You win.
King 5.
Would love to get into Mehdi's head to understand what he was trying to accomplish with that bet. Going just under quarter pot with a deuce, to me, kind of seems you're not really getting better to fold much. How often does worse call you? I mean, maybe sometimes, but not that much. Not saying either one couldn't happen. A 3 could fold, maybe a 5, probably not. Yeah, ace high could call you, but not necessarily. Not super likely. Interesting play, nevertheless. I mean, also sometimes just doing these things where you bet really small out of position. A lot of times it's really hard to play good strategies against that. So, and no matter what, you're not really making a big mistake because you're betting small. To kind of give some pro arguments for that play. Like, one of the things I've found doing some, when I look at solves, it's like, man, some of these strategies against smaller bet sizes are really tough. Like, humans don't play like that. So,
$1.19. Okay.
So just to update you guys, because I'm here by myself, but my man Jeff is coming back. So probably be in, 5 minutes or so approx. But till then, we're just going to keep this going. You and me. And the trophy makes 3. Here down in São Paulo at the BSOP. Yeah, fam. You know me. See, there we are. Right back to the trophy. And we've all been there, that feeling, man, when you get heads up, you've got a massive chip lead, and your opponent just keeps winning pots. All of a sudden, Ruben's back in this. I mean, he's got 30 blinds. I mean, I think if he doubles, it'll be real close. He might even have the lead if he doubles. 28, yeah, it'll basically be even at this point. So we went from a 10-1 chip lead to our opponent doubles and we're even. And this is going to be a dicey one because, I mean, versus a raise here, 6s just might do something aggro. I mean, it would make a lot of sense to me instead of calling. I mean, look, so our opponent went for 3.5x. Yeah, so we're ripping. And I don't know, King Jack lets it go. Kind of a big laydown. I mean, has to be one of the best hands that Mehdi would raise and fold there. Like, is he folding King Queen off? I kind of doubt it. Is he folding King Jack suited? I kind of doubt it, right? Decides to fold the KJ off. And yeah, it's probably top of his raise fold range in that spot.
Too forte.
All right, 8s raises up, and 9-7 off is definitely going to defend for a min raise. And we got two hands of differing strength, but both are kind of around the same area of the deck. So we get a middling flop, and we might see some action here. Oh. So great flop for 9-7, obviously, 2 pair. Medi's not so excited about this with a pair of 8s. How's he going to operate? I mean, his particular hand likes checking the flop quite a bit, and that's what he does. Now, this is kind of a bad card for Ruben, whose 2 pair is now counterfeited, really. 9 is still good, as we can see. And if you're Medi, this is a decent card. We were already losing to a queen, but, you know, it doesn't make the board scarier for him. It makes it a little bit safer. You know, will he check back again? Will he value bet? Okay, now on the river, you have to think a 9. Feels like it's probably good. 8s feel like they're probably good, too. So both players probably think they have the best hand. River, total brick. Someone's going to value bet this. My guess is Ruben, but I think if he checks, I think Medi value bets this.
Or 75.
Yeah. And not only is he betting this, it looks like he's going pretty big. I mean, this is like around B80, maybe a little bit bigger. And I kind of just don't see how Medi folds 8s. Yeah, in fact, I believe he kind of just snap called and got shown the 9-7, so. Like, people might be thinking, oh, 8s, you're blocking straight draws, but you have to think straight draws are equity hands, and equity hands probably found either a flop lead or a turn bet after check. So not so relevant as you might think. Like, our opponent's bluffs are more likely to be hands that kind of had nothing. So 8's not so relevant. You know, can our opponent have a hand like King 7 or Ace 7? Probably. So we might be beating some value. It's a little bit dicier at a bet size that big, but yeah, I think it's just an auto call. And here we are, back in the action. The 9-3 off. I mean, it's really down there in the bottom of the bin. You know, if you're playing the 9-3 off, you might not be folding anything. But why not? We've been winning every hand. Let's play the 9-3 off. You can see it's actually dominated in this spot. And might be another pot for Ruben here. I mean, all he really has to do is c-bet this board, which he's pretty likely to. In fact, is about to do it. And I mean, this is a pretty tough continue for 9-6 suited. Yeah, he's got a backdoor flush draw. Not much of a backdoor straight draw. You need specifically 7-8. I think it's not really good enough to continue. Wow, but Medi, this is a interesting spot. He is going to fight for this pot. Tough continue. Definitely a hand that will find some bluffs. And it's going to bluff his opponent off of probably a chop, if so. I mean, you have to think Ruben was one and done there. All right, on this run out, in my opinion, Mehdi is obligated to bluff. This is almost one of the reasons you call a hand like this, is when you get a queen or a 10, you now actually have nothing, right? Because you either flop a pair or you might have some kind of straight draw or whatever, or even ace high, and like the 10 fill-in hits everything. So 9 high is now like literally kind of at the bottom of your range. So I mean, like, listen, this is a cool bluff, but also it's obligatory. If he didn't bluff this, I feel like he loses his pro poker card. But like, nice hand by Mehdi, and that's what comes out of the tough flop check call out of position with the 9-6. You could maybe see the 6-7 or the 6-8 suited, but the 9-6 suited is, he was reaching there deep, and then got a nice run out where he found, again, in my opinion, an obligatory river bluff. But you know, those are the type of spots that some players miss, or some players might not follow through, and Mehdi just hit on all cylinders.
$420.
I think this is a little too rich for Jack Deuce off. Yep. Sometimes in these spots, it's not a steal. It's just a good hand. King, queen offsuit.
Very entertaining, no?
What?
Very entertaining. Everyone thought it was gonna be over very quick.
It's better with some drama.
And king, queen off back to back for Ruben.
240.
Raises again. Looks like the raise size he's choosing is min when opening the button. Been consistent with that now. Wow, Mehdi with some real garbage. But again, versus min raise with a big blind ante. A lot of incentive to call. Wow. The nut straight. You know, this is actually a spot where king queen can slow play. They're a little deeper than you'd like to be, a little bit less shallow, so it makes it a little bit less, but it's like betting is standard, but I think checking some small percent of the time is actually reasonable. Maybe at like slightly lower stack depths or lower SBRs, you can start slow playing king queen more, but it's kind of a cool hand to do it. I've done this before, over just a couple hands come to memory over the years. Yeah, after betting flop, I think we're just trying to bet all three streets, just get paid by something. Unfortunately for Ruben, Mehdi doesn't really have a hand that can call again. I mean, 8 high is just done, and it looks like he's going big. Yeah, 1.1. He is sizing to bet all in on the river. And yeah, Mehdi is out. And since we've gotten heads up, I mean,
Closer, Mr. Amorim.
No, Mr. Amorim, no. Please, no.
it's been the Ruben show.
Aïe, aïe, aïe. Hein? Je pense, hein? Pas envie de buzz sur ça, quoi. Tiens, je gagne pas un coup, frère. Ah, bah, je sais. Détente. C'est vrai en plus. Ouais, je le sais. Two fortune.
See maybe a slightly different philosophy there. I mean, versus the min raise, Ruben passed Jack 4 off, whereas the other way around, Mehdi called 8-4 off. So seems like they are taking a little bit of a different approach to their big blind defense versus min raise. Heads up, I would say, based on those two hands, with Mehdi being looser and Ruben being tighter. Just an observation. I feel this is true to at least a small extent with a pretty high probability.
240.
All right, a little King 7-0. Definitely not going in the muck. Mehdi looks like a guy who's ready to 3-bet. It's like, I don't know if it's this hand or whatever. Ooh. Little top pair versus a gutter. I mean, Queen 9 backdoor hearts is a gutter. Also the best hand, decent amount of the time. Oh, versus a small bet, Mehdi's got options here. He can call or he can raise. Folding, not one of your options. Again, if you're thinking about folding, keep listening to the stream. Save you a lot of money in your poker career, because your intuition is wildly wrong. Oh, wow. I mean, if you're Mehdi, if you had any doubts, they're basically out the window. Couldn't be happier to put in 40 big blinds at this point. But Ruben, like, will he keep firing? And the answer is yes, he will. Did he say 1.1? So 1.1 is, wow, 1.1 is like 125%. And that's an over bet. Like, I mean, if you were going to raise a smaller bet with kings up here, you might not raise an over bet. Because if our opponent's bluffing, let's keep him in the hand with what at this point has to be either 4 or 8 outs, essentially, with straight draws. Yeah, just a call. Mehdi is hoping for a blank and a check all in on the river. There's the blank. Next comes the check. And then does Ruben fire the final shell? I'm gonna go with no if I'm a gambling man, but it's possible.
Give me the pot.
Yeah, there we are. No. No was the correct answer. And he will be very happy to see he didn't fire that shell into I mean, there's no straight or flush possible on this board. So there's 5 sets, some of which are impossible to have, but 5 sets and king 10, so it's the 7th best possible hand. Number 7. All right, Mehdi won some back there. First time he's won a healthy pot, really, at this whole final table. Now he's got 9s. And he's shown a bit more of an inclination to limp with some of his big hands. Ruben's been mostly raising them. He really had Ruben in jail here. 9s versus 9 deuce off pre is about as bad as it gets, but I don't think he's going to win any more money on this. Ooh. No, I feel like that was a quick graphical error. Ruben did not, in fact, not lead. It looks like Mehdi bet and Ruben folded. And here we are, the garbage raise. And it's going to find success versus the 8 deuce off limp. Mehdi wins the battle of nothing. Very important thing to win when you're playing heads up is the battle of nothing, because both players have nothing a lot. And if you're winning when nobody has anything most of the time, kind of hard to lose, actually. I mean, obviously you could lose in one instance, but over the long run, borderline impossible. Ace-3 suited decides not to raise the limp. Out of position. Also a bit of a function of not really being, maybe not loving the idea of raise calling or raise folding for a small size. Being just a little too deep to rip yourself. That was an interesting card. Ace-3 picks up nut clubs. But both these guys have a lot of incentive to try to get the showdown, so we might not see a bet here on the turn. I feel like 4s and 8s could maybe find some value here. We've gotten check 2-3 times. I mean, our hand is probably good. How often are we called when we're good? I mean, some of the time, not all the time. How often do we get check raised off the best hand? Yeah, some of the time. Seems like you could maybe carve out some value. Definitely think if you have like King 4, you gotta bet. It's close. It's fun to see these little fringe spots where it's murky. And that's what high-level poker is about, navigating the murk.
$240.
And Ruben continuing to be more aggressive with his dealer button strategy. A lot of min-raise opens. Kind of think Queen 7 suited here just feels like a mandatory call. Way too good to fold. Not good enough to value 3-bet. Not really trying to bluff 3-bet it. Probably take hands similar to that, but offsuit to slide into the 3-bet category. Ooh. How's Ruben gonna play this? He's really got nothing. Looks like he's starting with keeping the pot small. Wow. Now both guys pick up an open-ender. Mehdi's obviously got the bigger draw with clubs, but kind of a situation where if anyone ends up betting the river, assuming the board doesn't change, they probably win the pot, right?
$7.25.
Sure.
So yeah, Mehdi finds a really large bet size over the pot, designated to put tons of pressure on one pair of hands, especially weaker than an ace. I mean, you're not really going to get an ace to fold heads up. And he obviously has a lot of draw equity to go to back that up, and more than enough to get another queen out. So here we are. In case you didn't know, these are the payouts. Planned for 425,000 highs now. It's around 80,000 US. Here we are back to the boys. Mehdi showing his propensity to do more button limping. King 6 of diamonds, limp behind, and
One H.
All right, so Jeff Ross, my man, is back with me, and here we are, Jeff, just to get you caught up. When you left, was it heads up?
It was three-handed, Hoffa.
Okay. I mean, heads up, Hoffa, open sevens, Medi 3-bet aces from the small blind, and Hoffa jammed. Hoffa was second in chips, so going into heads up, it was a 10-to-1 chip advantage, like 106 to like 10K or 11K or something. I'm sorry, 106 blinds to 11 blinds. But Ruben went on a little bit of a run and had gotten it up to like something like 40 blinds to like 50. Like it was close, getting close to even, but now ran a bluff, lost some pots, and Medi's back to having a very large chip lead again. Not as big as the beginning, but still very, very sizable now. Anyway, that's kind of an update for you and everyone else that's joining us.
Oh yeah?
All right, well, that's a nice spot. Aces to sevens to hold.
Ouais, je sais.
I don't want to take anything away from Hoffa because, again, amazing score, amazing performance. He did get in a few times. We're actually pretty standard spots. He just got coolered with under pair versus over pair. Was able to win a few of those, but
Ça marche. Si.
not the sevens to aces.
Okay.
I believe this started chip leader. Ruben was either first or second to start the final table. I'm not sure where Mendy exactly lay. I think he was in like fourth, fifth, but Ruben was definitely first or second. Both the Portugal players were 1-2. Talk to me about small blind, big blind, or dealer heads up button versus the blind in terms of limping. What stack depth do you start kind of limping? Put that strategy into play.
I mean, I think heads up, people are limping at almost any of these stack depths you find at the end of tourneys, whether it's like 10, 20, 30, 40 blinds, etc.
Yeah. Okay, so the 10-3 doesn't get to get in there.
I don't think either one of them has folded. I don't know if we've seen Medi have a true bad hand, but Ruben did limp 8 deuce off. So I'm pretty sure if he's playing that on the dealer button, he's playing 100% of hands. That's bottom 1%.
Yeah, bottom 3.
Come on, bro.
10-3 off, 7 deuce.
8
7
deuce off?
Oh, 8 deuce. I thought I said 10-3, the one he just played.
No.
10-3 is also not a good hand.
He played 8 deuce off, so I'm pretty sure he's
Got
playing
it.
100%.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I
the.
mean,
That's.
you could say 7 deuce off is worse.
No. Yeah, it's okay. Fine. I thought you were talking about the 10-3 off.
Deuce 3 off.
10-3 is a
worse,
bad
I don't know,
hand.
but like
10-3 is a very bad hand.
Yeah. Also, Ruben's been raising a little bit more on the dealer button. Medi's been doing a little bit more limping. Okay, 8-7 off. Like the way he's been playing, he's just limping this 100% of the time.
Yeah, finishing the heads up is always a interesting deal. You came back from Helmut in one of the Players' Championships. Was it like 20-1 or 18-1 or something dramatic?
No, we weren't. I mean, at one point I was shorter and basically doubled 3 times to win. Probably not 20-1, but you know, maybe it was 10-1 or something. But we didn't start that way. We actually played for a bit to get down there. Where, you know, I mean, nobody remembers this part, but he ran pretty good to get down there. We played like a pretty crazy hand where it's like I had raised and like bet flop, and he like raised me like huge on the turn after I bet again, and I called with like third pair because I'm like, this just doesn't make sense. He has a draw, and he did. He had like 8 high. He had like an open-ended.
I remember. I was
and
there.
Then the card got there, and then he like bet big, and I folded the river. So I mean, I basically played the hand perfectly versus him. You know, he ran good.
Oh, hello. That is the straight. There is a flush out there, and it is Queen 6 versus straight. So a pair in this stacked up. hard to make pairs, but see, he does have a heart too, which actually does give him a chance to win, but this is, looks pretty comfortable sipping the BSOP, little espresso.
He's sitting there going, oh, so how's it going
Look
now?
at him blowing on the coffee. That's good. That's a victory formation.
Ruben, you were talking about getting back in this match multiple times, but are you back in it now, buddy? Huh?
Yeah, this is looking dicey, but hey, he still has 20%.
See how back in it you are after this hand.
Yeah, this might be over by the time he takes a sip of that coffee that's smoldering hot.
No, I'm just saying because I had commented on a couple times, like Ruben had thrown out a little, almost like the joust, like, oh,
I'm back.
Coming in a match, like, come back in.
Oh man, a queen or a 6 would be devastating here. 4, 5, 6, as straight as there. Heart would give him the win, and the king not quite the 2 pair, but still, I mean, he's got the 6, stuff misses, and this is gonna likely for the last of it, right? 10 blinds, gonna put the rest in. It's less than a stack to pot ratio shove. There he is, finishes the coffee and may get the victory right here. Shoves the coffee and then goes all in and gets a little stare, looks up at the clock.
I think it's gonna be all over.
Oh, he looks engaged.
Definitely not beating any value.
This was the hand.
Definitely beating all the bluffs.
Mind you, this was his exact hero call. Oh, puts it in. That is it. GG. The champion, the Moroccan, gets it done. He put his final table outfit on, the glasses and hat, came for business, got it, all of it, all those reais. 1,575,000 going to first. Both take $1 million plus in reais. There it is. Has the coffee, now water. Probably gonna hop in the 30K or the 150K, if you will.
Probably nothing, dude. You said the guy played Tritons. He's definitely
no, not. I mean, it might take a little break. I'm wondering if he's just going to hop right in. He might go enjoy the trophy and take a little relaxer. That's a few days of action.
Go for a walk.
Yeah.
Pote, il colle, river, roi, et je jam. Lui, la dame 6 off avec le 6 de cœur.
Speaking French, there he is. What a win. Let's call it 1.6 million reais. That's a nice score off 20K. He's speaking a little Portuguese there.
Huh? So, bro, yeah, you sent me to Brazil and I win.
Oh, it's a good friend. His friend brought him here. Rest, I feel like I brought you to Brazil. I'm hoping for you. I want to be filming some content. You get some stuff done. Oh, there's the man. There's Fabian.
I guess so.
Fabio in the back.
Obrigado. Yeah? How you doing? All good, yeah.
I'm your assistant director. We're going to do an interview with that second place.
For sure.
And then I'm going to interview you here.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah. Can I go to the toilet real quick? Yeah? Okay, cool. Je vais aux toilettes 2 secondes. Allez, viens avec moi. Viens, on va fumer la clope en 2 spies.
All right, well, there's the man walking around, doing his little victory lap as he deserves. He is taking it in, takes the trophy.
Vale. Obrigado.
That is all she wrote for that one. So that is our second high roller in the books, the super high roller, if you will. Let's hear now from our second place finisher.
O nosso 100K Super High Roller aqui no nosso BSOP 2025, nesse Millions maravilhoso, acaba de ser finalizado. A gente tem uma vitória vindo aí do Marrocos, mas eu tô aqui com o Ruben pra gente conversar sobre esse segundo lugar numa mesa tão complexa como essa. Eu quero começar te perguntando a respeito justamente disso. Essa mesa, você acha que teve uma complexidade maior, principalmente considerando o tip count do nosso marroquino aqui, quando vocês começaram esse heads up?
Sim, eu acho que no geral o torneio é um torneio muito duro, daí ser um resultado bastante prestigiante para mim. No entanto, eu acho sinceramente que a Final Table não teve os melhores jogadores do field lá presentes, então acabou por ser uma Final Table, ainda apesar de ter bons jogadores, não ser uma Final Table muito dura, na minha opinião. Ainda assim acho que correu bem, né? Gostava de ter ganho, mas ganhou muito bom jogador também.
Justamente nisso que você citou a respeito de talvez não ser uma Final Table com jogadores tão fortes ou os mais fortes que a gente poderia ver aqui, você tem algum exemplo de algum jogador, talvez até brasileiro, que você poderia citar como um que poderia ser o protagonista dessa mesa mais difícil?
Sim, há vários que estão ali a jogar o 30K, né? Diria assim de cabeça provavelmente o Lipiv, o Alisson, algum desses jogadores seriam assim os jogadores mais difíceis, provavelmente do field, os que ganham mais. Felizmente nenhum dos jogadores dessa categoria teve na mesa final, o que acaba por, lá está, na minha opinião, ter sido uma final table que podia ter sido bem pior, né? Podia ter sido muito mais dura.
Justamente agora nesse heads up contra o Mad, como é que foi para você gerenciar sua agressividade, considerando que ele entrou nesse heads up com uma vantagem muito grande de tip count e vocês conseguiram dar uma equilibrada ao longo da última hora? Como que foi para você gerenciar sua agressividade?
No geral é sempre não desistir, apesar de saber que entrar com 12 blinds, ele tinha, nem sei, mais de 100, mais de 80 big blinds, ia ser bastante difícil virar, conseguia até chegar aos 30, 40, respirar um bocado, mas de uma maneira geral acho que foi jogando o heads up, acho que joguei bastante bem, gostei bastante da maneira como joguei o heads up e pronto, foi isso. Não há muito a dizer sobre o heads up, sinceramente, acho que joga-se por si só.
Perfeito. E a gente tem esse High Roller agora, esse de 100K, e tem mais outros torneios High Roller agora nos próximos dias. A gente está bem no comecinho do Millions 2025. A gente ainda vai te ver em mais campeonatos High Roller por aqui?
Eu acho que sim, vai haver mais. Não sei se é neste, não sei se é no próximo, mas pelo menos mais um ou dois vai haver. Sim, mas para já descansar e depois ver-se amanhã.
E como que é o processo para você de descansar e realmente resetar a mente depois de um dia como esse, para você chegar amanhã ou em qualquer outro dia que você vá trazer mais um torneio e chegar assim na melhor maneira possível para tentar conseguir essa vitória?
Então, o primeiro ponto, está ali uma pessoa já à minha espera para irmos jantar. Pronto.
Perfeito.
Comer é sempre um bom remédio, tranquilizar, ver uma série, ir para o hotel, descansar um pouco, se calhar até depois voltar aqui, conversar com os colegas, etc. Seria mais ou menos por aí, sim.
Perfeito. Vou te deixar jantar, então. Bom descanso e parabéns por essa mesa final. Você arrasou. Muito obrigada. Amigos, a gente tem aqui o segundo lugar e daqui a pouco tem entrega também para o nosso troféu. A gente tem a final agora do 100K Super High Roller acontecendo aqui no BSOP Millions 2025. Já já tem entrega de troféu, então a gente se vê daqui a pouquinho.
Well, there we are.
Pretty epic. What a finish. Took a while, got a little bit slow for a bit, just no one wanted to leave, and then all of a sudden it goes quickly. That's how
Ruben
tournaments work.
also commented, the first question, he talked about how tough both the tournament was and the final table. So again, reinforcing the idea that this was a stacked final table, very difficult, that we talked about, as well as some of the other guys that busted. Pretty relaxed interview. Some, touched on a few other things. It was long. I don't remember all of it, but anyway.
Yeah, I thought from what I saw was a very well played final table. I think it was a little bit too close to call on who could win at the end. Mehdi played great. Saw him play great yesterday. He did hero call for his life with Queen 6 in a spot. I told you a few times that very impressive. He bet called it off, and high pressure stuff, not afraid, delivered well. And again, we are going to see some of those same players, and we're going to see a lot of new players as well in the escalator, if you will, super high roller series here. We had the 100K, the 150, then we're going to have tomorrow, we will be on 2 p.m. That is going to be Brazilian time, the 150K, and then there's still a 250K and a 500K, so do not go anywhere. The main event in the background, that is the 1K Day 1C happening. And Rast, what is your next event? What are you going to be playing when?
Yeah, tonight, there's the 150K.
Yes.
And I'm going to go reg in a couple hours, probably try to play the last couple hours of the evening with Bullet 1. If Bullet 1 doesn't work out, not trying to be negative, but just, I'm going to max late reg Bullet 2, which is the start of day 2 tomorrow. So it's going to be the 150K. That's what I'm aiming for.
Very nice. Well, I know we still have an interview from the winner. Looking forward to seeing that. And again, everyone, please set your alarms for tomorrow, 2 p.m. Brazilian time. That's 12 p.m. Eastern out there on the BSOP English edition. The BSOP is going on BSOP English on YouTube and all the different socials. That will be where you guys can get in on the action. And we are making a historic push from nothing. This is day 2 of that channel. Of course, the Portuguese BSOP is there. If you want to listen, they have a long history of a channel, and we now have a baby channel that is born, and we are excited to have day 3 tomorrow. And we will get an interview from the winner. I think he's doing his victory lap. He just had some coffee. I think he's shooting around, doing his high fives, and a well-deserved win there from the Moroccan, as we are going to get a word from him. I'm trying to see if we we have him ready, but can't wait to hear what he said. He might even talk about that Queen 6 hand, because that was definitely the hand of the tournament for him. He got some nice spots today. He got aces to sevens for a lot of chips. How many blinds was it? It was like 20, 30.
I mean, it was a big pot. I mean, Hoffa was very clearly in second. And I mean, after he won the pot, he had 106 blinds, and the other guy had 10. So, it wasn't for all of his chips, but it was for over half the chips in the tournament, for sure. Yeah,
that was
huge pot. Yeah.
Got to win those, got to have those spots. Let's take a look at a quick video that we get to show you guys as well from this tournament. Let's take a look. For the events there, we saw the 50, 100 again. 150 is underway, and will be day 2 tomorrow. We will pick up that action at 2 p.m. Brazilian time, and of course the 250 to fall, which is the prior record size buy-in in Brazil, and then that will be topped with the all-time biggest event here, 500K. We were guessing the amount of players. Isadora had a guess for, I think she guessed 60 for the 100K, or for the 500K, a little ambitious. Your guess was probably around 30. I think that's a safer guess, but either way, it'll be exciting. It's going to be fun, and we will see a lot of the top players we've seen already play here. Do you think people will fly in specifically for that, or they're already here? It seems like you'd want to warm up and be here.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you missed the beginning, but if you're going to play that, you're probably coming now to hit like the 150 and the 250. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, even 30. I'll go with like 25 or 26 entries.
But
couple re-entries.
Yeah, that's a good number. Anything over 20 and 100K is a healthy prize pool. A lot to play for. Many people make the money, and of course, we're going to see some great action and a lot of play. I know the structure is amazing, as a few of the players have mentioned in their interviews that this has been a great structure, and I think that is what is cool for the high buy-ins. I think we're going to get an actual interview. Am I not mistaken? Here it is. Let's hear from the winner.
And we have Mehdi. We win in this 100K super high roller here at BSOP Millions 2025. First of all, congratulations on this insane final table. Oh, what did you say? Obrigado?
Obrigado.
He speaks a little bit of Portuguese, and I'm so excited to talk to you because you're in a really great run in the last months. That's like your 4th title, maybe like your 13th prize pool. So how do you feel winning in this huge table here at BSOP?
Yeah, the field was super tough. Obviously, guys like Rafael, Gabriel, the 2 Portuguese. Yeah, it feels special for sure, and one of my first tournaments ever, like in Brazil. So I'm super happy about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of your first tournaments ever in Brazil, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to see you much more during BSOP Millions 2025. Are you going to be in other high rollers still this month? Like, is it the first of many trophies you're going to get?
I hope so, yeah. I came here with the plan of playing everything like till up to like the $100K. So yeah, I've been playing high stakes live poker lately, and it's been going okay. So I'm here to enjoy and to play more poker. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That sounds great. And now it's time to get your trophy. And for that, I will invite Bob Roberto Soares, our director of BSOP, to give you that trophy. Congratulations.
All right, well, there's a look at that. Nice trophy and a nice performance there. Very well played. We will see more of our Moroccan friend as he is going to go off and take that title and rest. I think we get a bit of a shorter day today, get some rest, get to play the tournament, and we'll be back. Hopefully, I'm committed tomorrow. I'm going to call right now. I'm going to be seeing a deep run from Rast. I'm going to be calling the action tomorrow in the 150K. We're going to get to see what Rast has to do, and I got you're warmed up, man.
Dude,
you've seen a lot of this stuff.
Actually, I'm looking at the thing, and it's small, but it's a 1-day 8 game. And so, like, I could actually go play that now, and no matter what, I get to play the 150K tomorrow. right? So I might actually. That's what I'm immediately gonna go do is look at that.
You're looking at the trophy.
Yeah.
You saw him hoist the trophy. It wouldn't be bad to put a little trophy on you. What's the buy-in though?
I mean, it's like probably 2,500 reals. So it's nothing. It's dust.
But it's just.
But bro, it's 8 game.
Yeah, that's almost feels unfair. We're gonna allow it. He's allowed to play. He's gonna do it. Rass will play the 100K and he'll play a $500 US buy-in.
We're gonna play mix in Brazil.
He's firing in for Brian Rass, Jeff Gross from Rio. Oh, didn't even get on. Short day, Isadora. Appreciate everyone. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, 2 p.m. here from the Sheraton Sao Paulo WTC. Have a good night. Boa noite.
Boa noite.